And we're back, bitches. First off, I want to apologize. I wasn't here Sunday. I don't know. My sleep went like super weird. I went and laid down at what's my generally usual time Sunday morning, intending to catch 4 maybe 5 hours of sleep, and my leg just would not fucking find a comfortable way to lay on the bed, and just it was just really bad. I couldn't sleep. I got back up at like 7 that morning, ended up being up till like noon, and then fucking slept until like almost 8 that night. So the time I got up, I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm not gonna get on stream. I'm not gonna have enough time to really do much. And then went to bed, and been okay since. But yeah, it's it's been weird a little bit. I also want to send my sympathy to Lindsey Graham's family. Um, he died a couple days ago. Very unfortunate. I'm not exactly sure what he died from. There's been some preliminary results. I haven't read up on him yet, so I won't try to speak about it and say, it was this or that. Oh, apparently he had an aortic dissection. At least the prelim results are saying he had a aortic dissection due to arteriosclerotic cardiovascular disease. But regardless, the death itself was tragic. Um, I'm not someone who tends to celebrate death for the sake of death itself. I believe loss is terrible. So I send my sympathies to Lindsey Graham's family. But on the other hand, I'm also very honest, and I will say this. Indisputably, Lindsey Graham was not a great person, especially after Trump began its rise to political quote unquote power in 2014 or 2015. while I don't necessarily believe Lindsay was as terrible a being as Charlie Kirk, Lindsay was still a very, very terrible being. His most recent views on freedom of choice, bodily autonomy, things of that nature, was at best terrifying. Charlie Kirk was absolutely a terrible person. I've actually done some research on Kirk and Kirk's views, and Kirk was evil. Also, hello, Mid. Been a while since you bothered to pop on in. Also, there are rumors that Mitch McConnell is either dead right now or very close to passing away. I send my sympathies to the McConnell family as well, because, again, I'm not a big fan of people dying. I understand it's part of the natural cycle, but it's still tragic when it happens. But again, Mitch McConnell's kind of a douchebag, much like Lindsey Graham. You left Discord. Why? Oh. I'm gonna give her a shout out. Next thing I know, Twitch is telling me she's gone live. Fortuitous timing. So why did you drop Discord and everything? You seem to be doing okay. I find it interesting timing at the very least. And you didn't think to reach out, talk to somebody, see what they might be able to do to help you out a little bit? How the fuck and why the fuck did you wrap your car around a tree? You fucking idiot. Said, of course, with all the love of the world, but you moron. What the fuck happened? Holy Christ. I'm going to assume that was either an autocorrect mistake or, like myself, you have a difficult time remembering how to properly spell suicide. Because I don't know if you've looked on the screen, my friend, but what ended up being typed out in my chat room was sewer slide. And I had to look at that several times before I understood what you were trying to fucking say. Good Lord. I'm going to, unless you tell me differently, I'm going to assume it was either an autocorrect mistake or you just didn't spell the word correctly for whatever reason. What, you think Twitch wouldn't allow you to type out the word suicide? Because honestly, I don't think it would flag it. I mean, it's not on my list of banned words, last I knew. Unless one of my mods added it. Like, dude, you should know me well enough at this point to know. Just Say what you mean and mean what you say. Good Lord. So, like, are you and Rose still a thing? Like, what the fuck's going on there? All right. Any particular reason for that? Because the two of you seem like a relatively good fit for each other. No pun intended. Although, I didn't say anything at the time, but like the talk of like marriage from basically day one seemed a little fast. That had me concerned, but your relationship, and I wasn't trying to step into the middle of it. Unless, of course, requested for whatever reason, in which case I would have just dealt with that particular reason, and that would have been about the long and short of it. Have you spoken with her to figure out why? I'm going to take a semi-educated guess here and say that the why had to do with mental issues on one or both of your ends. And an inability for one or both of you to handle said issues. I'm also going to take a wild guess and say that legal status may have also been an issue in some way. I mean, I could be wrong on one or both counts, but Why was she looking for a new job? I thought she had one, that she enjoyed the one she had. I mean, maybe, maybe not. I mean, she hasn't reached out to me. I haven't spoken to her in months, so, you know, I don't think I've said a word to her since she left the server. Except for maybe a few times she came into my chat room with you. But, like, you two have... God damn it, I hate it when people do this. If you're gonna come into a streamer's stream and show support, you can't just pop in for like 5 or 10 minutes and then leave. Because that doesn't help the streamer, that hurts. It kills our viewership numbers, like it lowers all the metrics. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm really not. But if you're going to pop into my stream, please, for the love of God, stay for at least 30 to 60 minutes. If possible. If you can't, at the very least, let me know, you know? And do that with all the streamers that you go in and you watch to help support. Because, like, coming in for 5 minutes or 10 minutes or what the fuck ever, that doesn't help streamers. That hurts us. Like, lurking is fine. Like, I'm not trying to dog on anybody for this and that. I'm just saying that, realistically speaking, supporting a streamer requires more than being there for 5 or 10 minutes. Alright? Because supporting a streamer means that you're, like, helping with all their metrics and everything. That means, you know, staying in that streamer stream for an extended period of time. Maybe you fucking learned a few things, Mid. I may rant more often than I care to, but, you know, I also try to be educational when I do so. I try to be fucking informative because, god damn it, somebody's got to do the job. Lord knows most common people won't.
Jim Cornette has a special place in my career history because September 10th,
my sister took me to court to help our parents steal $3.2 million from me. She told the judge, "My sister is sick. She's been mentally ill for years." My mother started crying and nodded along. Then the judge asked, "Do you actually know who she really is?" The courtroom went silent. Their faces turned pale. 6 weeks earlier, a process server walked into the memory clinic where I worked and handed me a guardianship petition in front of my staff. My older sister, Audrey, wanted emergency control of my finances. Our mother, Mallory, and my stepfather, Daniel, had signed sworn statements saying I was paranoid, impulsive, and unable to understand the inheritance scheduled to reach me after my next birthday. The petition asked the court to freeze my grandmother's trust, appoint Audrey guardian of my estate, and give her authority over my mail, contracts, and apartment. Attached was a medical letter written almost 4 months before the sudden crisis Audrey claimed had forced her to act. My clinic director, Judith Park, closed my office door and offered to cancel my patients. I said no. My hands were shaking, but the woman waiting outside had driven 3 hours because her husband kept getting lost on familiar streets. My family had already taken enough of my warning. Audrey called before lunch. "Please don't make this a war," she said softly. "We're protecting you." From what? From the money. From people who know you're vulnerable. From yourself. "You filed for control of my home and my trust." She sighed as if I had proved her point. "You hear control when everyone else hears care." The medical
Hey, Coffee of Death, welcome in.
therapist I had never hired.
Again, I want to say, Coffee, it was fortuitous and honestly kind of ironic timing. Like, I got on, I started doing my startup stuff that I do, you know, fucking shout outs, all that. I had literally just given you and Wandering Feet your shout out that I give you like every time I go live. And like seconds later, I look up from typing out another shout out and I get the Twitch notification says you went fucking live. I was like, that's kind of funny.
The next morning, the brass key on a faded green ribbon would not open my grandmother's townhouse. Her will allowed me to store personal boxes there until the estate sold it. She had given me that key in college and said, "Anything important should have a door you control." Daniel opened the door from inside. We changed the locks. "My things are in there." Audrey said you might remove estate records. Behind him, my mother held a brown accordion folder against her chest. When I asked what was inside, she called it old tax paperwork and looked toward the stairs. Audrey appeared with her phone already recording. "Nora, you were told not to come here alone." I was never told that. She turned the camera toward my face. "You forget conversations that accuse us of lying." She wanted me angry. She wanted me reaching for the folder or pushing past Daniel. I put my hands in my coat pockets and asked her to send the description. Her smile vanished for half a second. I hired her and felt that.
Keep moving, Nick. They're headed for us.
And every message my family had sent. They built a story, he said. "We need
Alright, here we go. The guy I want is over here.
Hey there.
You can keep your dignity, or you can keep fighting. You are not keeping both. I asked the caterer for a pen, contact information on the card, and told the guests they could request refunds through him. Then I left without touching the envelope. Outside, Judith showed me a photograph of the card. Tiny print at the bottom made the proposed manager.
You know where to find me.
Family services. Warren searched it for 5 weeks earlier. It's addressed near Linden.
Let's drive.
Sweet. A new speed boost.
My trust release forward by 2 weeks. It was bald, and only Audrey, Mallory, Daniel, and I saw the next. Every boundary is symptom. If protecting my privacy sounds reasonable to you, please give this a like so I know I am not the only one who would have drawn that line. And if you think I handled it badly,
Help! We're being hit by pirates! They came out of nowhere and we're outgunned! Anybody, please!
acknowledgement and a copy of my driver's license. I had never seen the notary stamp from a shipping store near my mother's house. Her journal showed that the entry number on my supposed acknowledgement belonged to another customer mailing adoption papers. My name did not appear anywhere. The copy of my license.
Help! We're being hit by pirates! They came out of nowhere and we're outgunned! Anybody, please! We need assistance!
A woman using my name answered basic questions.
I'm looking for the owner of this farm.
Yes, I am the purveyor of this humble establishment.
Oh, okay. Well, word is you haven't paid your taxes to the Huts. They're looking to collect.
And they sent you to saw my bolts, try my circuits, do unspeakable things to my motivator,
I'm just here to collect the money.
I don't have it, and I tried explaining that to Jabba's goons, but it's not my fault. My equipment was ransacked by those pilfering Jawas. With my machinery stripped, I couldn't harvest enough water.
Even if I look the other way, they'll still keep sending others after you.
Here, I have dispatched droid parts. Show them to the Huts. Tell them you bashed my components into little pieces. That will satisfy them.
Worth a shot.
highly educated but deeply unwell. He said intelligence could hide incapacity and that my professional language turned ordinary disagreements into imagined threats. He presented messages where I accused my family of creating a false company, using my trust as collateral, and impersonating me. Without the evidence behind them, the messages sounded extreme. Audrey testified that she wanted no money for herself. She said I had withdrawn after my grandmother died and saw financial plots everywhere. I only want my sister safe. She told the court and asked why Harvard Glen had been created to provide neutral management. You are its manager, temporarily. Your stepfather is treasurer. He has bookkeeping experience. The fee schedule showed Harvard Glen would collect almost $100,000 during the first year and control every investment. Audrey called that irrelevant. My mother testified next. She cried before the
Yeah, no. My ass is an exit only.
Warren asked whether she had given Audrey my license scan. She said she could not remember. When he asked whether she had coached anyone to settle with me, she cried harder. Miriam defended her letter. She admitted meeting me only once, but said my certainty about being targeted suggested a fixed belief. Warren asked whether she knew about Harvard Glen, the bridge loan, or the false release fee. She knew none of it. A canceled check showed Linden House had paid her fee. Then the court-appointed evaluator testified. She had visited my apartment, reviewed my finances, interviewed my employer, and observed me at work. She found no impairment in memory, judgment, reasoning, or daily function. She noted that I became anxious around my family, but calmer when communication was documented. Audrey's attorney argued that I had manipulated the tests because I understood them. The judge asked how I understood them. I requested permission to unseal my professional records. The judge read the first page and looked over her glasses at Audrey. Do you actually know who your sister is? Audrey gave a small laugh. She works part-time at a memory clinic. The judge asked me to state my position. I am a licensed clinical neuropsychologist and director of capacity assessment for Lakeview Cognitive Health. I evaluate adults with brain injuries, dementia, psychiatric conditions, and developmental disabilities. I also train
Let's give those little feet a rest.
diagnosis and legal incapacity. My mother lowered her tissue. Audrey stared at me. For years, she had called my work puzzles and memory cards. She had never asked why hospitals and attorneys...
I haven't hung out with a female in a while. You fucking weirdo.
I heard your call for help.
I'm glad you did. I hope you got some fight left in you, Kay. Because there's more coming.
Grab the Bacta, Nix.
Come on! Take him out!
Get cover, Nix.
Out of the way.
And was ordered to pay restitution. Daniel received home detention and probation after cooperating. My mother avoided incarceration because she
exhausted.
You're way behind the times there, partner. I had to get rid of my cat a while back.
I kept my job, paid my legal costs, hired an independent
Tail end of winter, beginning of spring.
most of the money conservatively. I did not buy Linden House when the receiver offered it for sale. Too many people expected me to save the place that had been used to erase me.
Ready to go?
He attacked me, and I no longer felt that it was safe to have him in the house, especially considering I babysit my buddy's puppies.
My 6-year-old daughter came home from the house after a cousin's holiday and said my hair wasn't fair to clothes and made me wear this all day. It was a pink bucket hat. Then I saw her hair chopped off, blood above her ear, and her braid in a trash bag. It was cut with scissors. I didn't call the police. I didn't text Daniel. I just got in my car, drove to my sister-in-law's house, and when she opened the door, I did this.
So yeah, I had to give him up.
My name is Greer Hollis. I am 34 years old, and I work as a pediatric occupational therapist outside Dayton, Ohio. I spend my days
And I don't know.
Hold on, Nix.
I'll have to play it by ear.
I did not touch what was left of her hair. I touched her cheek. You were allowed everywhere. Her little mouth folded in on itself. Aunt Tessa said people would stare. Tessa was Daniel's older sister. She lived 10 minutes away, chaired half the school committees, wore pearls to grocery pickup, and corrected people with a smile soft enough to make them thank her.
Alright, I gotta go to. Alright, back to Mos Eisley.
Dressed like a child in a catalog. Tessa had called the afternoon a cousin's spa day. Nails, lemonade, little robes, practice walking for the spring festival. She said Chloe needed confidence before the little tulip court ceremony. What happened?
Nothing to report. Just like Linden House.
Hell, you recently missed my birthday, Mid. Yeah, I just turned 47 5 days ago. Last Thursday.
Tessa had written, "Can't wait for our girls' glow day. No moms needed, just anti-magic." Daniel's mother Vivian had replied, "Our Chloe deserves to shine this year. Our Chloe." I read it twice. The little tulip court was not
I had a birthday on July 9th, you fucking twit.
pastel dresses, carried baskets, and walked across the spring festival stage while adults pretended they were judging kindness instead of hair, posture, and whose mother brought the best cookies. Lauren was not entered. I had never wanted her in. But 3 weeks earlier, a woman commented under Tessa's church photo, "That dark braid is stunning. Is that your daughter too?" Tessa never answered. At 7:40, my phone buzzed from an unknown number. It was a voice message. A tiny whisper said, "Aunt Greer, please don't tell anyone. Grandma said if Lauren came to the festival, nobody would look at me. He said hair grows back, but chances don't."
Time Stranger? I've got all the DLC shit, yeah.
You have heard her for years. You heard her call Marin dramatic at Easter. You heard your mother say Chloe needed a turn to be the pretty one. You heard Tessa ask if Marin's hair could be braided smaller for photos. You called all of it family. We covered it for symposium. I didn't think it would become this, neither did I. But that does not make us innocent.
I wasn't able to, like, upgrade the game itself,
Close to the door and failed to guard. The next morning I took Marin to our
but I got, like, the DLC stuff, so that's good
You're a
enough.
moisture farmer, but had to take care of it the hard way. Afraid there's only scraps left of the droid, but if you want to see...
No need. That droid was a pain in my boot. Guess that's one less thing off my back. You stay on
Because they're
your
not
post. Let's
offering
remember
the
this.
option at this point.
You guys owe me one.
They don't want to believe she said. At a small salon beside a bakery, a stylist named Noel softened the damage and wrote that the cut pattern was consistent with an adult.
Like, if I go in,
She added that the braid
or at least they weren't last I saw. Let me double check. The stream's going to show a blue screen for a minute. Don't mind it.
when my hair is longer. Noel flipped it gently.
The stream's still up.
Wait, I put the doctor note, salon statement, photos, hat label, green ribbon receipt from that morning, and Chloe's message into a blue folder. That folder stayed on my kitchen table like a second plate. The pressure started before lunch. Vivian called and said Tessa was sick over the misunderstanding. Camden emailed Daniel about a sudden delay fixing our homeowner policy, which he managed through his agency. Tessa removed me from the Spring Festival volunteer schedule.
Oh, so now they're offering an upgrade for it, but I don't have the
Bring Marin Sunday. We will all talk gently and
I don't have the money to buy it right now. I might try to get it next month.
brought anywhere to make adults feel better. Do not contact her. It was the first brick he laid without me handing it to him. On Thursday, the proof shifted again. The trees.
But yeah, like last time I checked, it wasn't offering anything.
I sat at Marin's little desk. The blue folder open under my hand. Tell me, I was downstairs steaming Chloe's dress. I heard Marin say no. When I came up, Tessa was holding my shears. The braid was already off. Chloe was crying. Tessa told me, we're correcting a distraction. Then she said you had agreed to a big cut, and Marin got scared halfway. Will you write that? Yes. Why now? Because she came to my shop this morning and asked me to say they were craft scissors. They were not. They were my professional shears. She took them from my kit. Patrice emailed the statement. She attached a photo from her shop camera of Tessa borrowing the kit that morning. The audio was fuzzy, but clear enough to hear Tessa say, Chloe cannot walk beside all that hair. I printed it. Into the blue folder it went. On Monday, the Spring Festival Board held an emergency meeting in the community center. Tessa sat in front wearing pale blue, with Vivian on one side and Camden on the other. Her eyes were red in a way that looked...
I did just recently pick up a game I've been meaning to pick up for a while, though, so I'm kind of happy with that.
I love this community, she said. This has been a painful family misunderstanding. A child had an accident during play. I accept that Greer is emotional, but I will not let gossip steal Chloe's special season. A few mothers nodded. That hurt more than I expected. Then Tessa turned toward me. When Greer is ready, I hope she admits some of this comes from her own trouble letting Marin be ordinary. Daniel stood so fast his chair scraped. My daughter did not injure herself to feed my wife's ego, he said. His voice was not smooth. It was better that way. My sister cut my child's hair after my child told her no. We have medical notes, a salon statement, a witness, and a police report. If this board leaves Tessa in charge of children, put my objection in the minutes. Vivian whispered, and Daniel, sit down. He looked at her. You don't get my quiet voice today. I handed Raina Tony's folder. Tessa started crying before Raina reached the second page. Camden stood and muttered, Greer is trying to ruin us. I looked at him. No, Camden, I'm documenting you. Tessa was removed as chair. Not by everyone. Some women still looked at me like I had broken a pretty dish in public, but she lost the title, the volunteer list, and access to the backstage area. That night, Marin woke from a dream and said she was cutting...
Well, they've got a version that would cost me, like, according to what I saw in my PlayStation store, $100 to get for Digimon Story Time Stranger. And then there's another version that would cost me, because it's on sale right now, like $78. That's what I'm seeing in my store, because I already own the base version.
Yellow curls and one with brown hair down her back. Between them was a pair of scissors larger than both bodies. In the corner, Chloe had written, I did not want the crown like this. Mrs. Bell explained that Chloe had a little camera she used to record practice walks. Tessa let her do it so she could fix her posture. Chloe had hidden it on the playroom shelf because, in her words, Mom gets nicer when she thinks people might see. I took the envelope straight to the police station without watching the video first. An officer played it in a small room with me and Daniel present. A screen showed a tilted view of Tessa's upstairs playroom. Marin sat on a stool in a row. Chloe stood near the toy shelf, twisting the silver comb in both hands. Tessa's voice was honey at first. Just a little trim, sweetheart. We're helping Chloe feel brave. I don't want short hair, Marin said. You don't get
Well, to be honest,
Don't, Tessa snapped. Go stand by the window, said Patrice's voice from the
I like Time Stranger, but it wasn't as good as I hoped it would turn out to be.
I turned away before the crying got worse. Daniel made a sound I had never heard from him. The officer stopped the video and said, "We have what we need." The public fallout did not happen because I rushed a stage. It happened because Tessa walked into one she thought still belonged to her. The Spring Festival went on. Chloe was allowed to participate because Chloe had told the truth and deserved at least one adult choice that
Honestly, it turned out to be
because a temporary protection order had been issued and the board had hired volunteers
a lot more boring and with less replayability value than I anticipated.
She wore a blue hoodie and the lavender clip, attached more to hope than hair. Tessa arrived halfway through the afternoon wearing sunglasses and a floral dress. Vivian beside her like a shield. Families sat on blankets. Lemonade cups sweated on folding.
Like, I'm not gonna get rid of it. I won't like delete it or whatever, but
She said brightly, "The volunteers
it won't be one of the Digimon story games that I'm gonna go back to like constantly
Someone whispered, "Is that the heron?" Tessa lowered her sunglasses.
and just replay time after time.
No, Tessa, we love rules that keep children safe. Behind the rope, Chloe appeared in her yellow dress. Patrice stood beside her, one hand near her shoulder, but not holding her. Tessa reached out. "Chloe, sweetheart, tell them you need me." Chloe looked at her mother, then at Patrice, then at the ground. "I want Miss Patrice," she said. Not loud, loud enough. Tessa's hand dropped. The whole scene lasted less than a minute, but it took apart years of her power. No screaming, no thrown drink, just her own daughter choosing the safer adult in front of the town. Tessa walked toward the parking lot. One heel sank into the grass. She stumbled and kept going with mud on her calf. The charges followed the video. Tessa took a plea for assault and child endangerment, probation, parenting classes, a no-contact order with Marin, and supervised contact rules until family court reviewed Chloe's home. Camden moved out, then back, then out again. I stopped tracking adults who only learned fear when consequences arrived. Patrice lost some customers, then gained more. Rita pushed through a new festival policy. No closed-door grooming, dressing, photography, or coaching with children unless 2 approved adults were present. It sounded boring. I loved every boring word. With banana bread wrapped in foil. I said things I shouldn't have. She said to Patrice, "Yes, I was scared for both girls." "No, you were scared for the daughter who made you feel important." Her eyes filled. "That is cruel. It is accurate. She misses the grandmother she thought she had. Will you tell her I came when her therapist says it helps her? Knowing your guilt was a witness." I closed the inside door gently. A slam gives people a seat.
But at some point, I'll upgrade to like the best version of the game, just because maybe that might make it a little bit better. I'll have to wait and see, obviously.
Later in the laundry room, into a towel, where no child had to comfort him. That mattered. By the next spring, Marin's hair had grown into a soft little bun. She hated brushing it and loved shaking it out. She kept the pink bucket hat in a box under her bed until the evening we planted purple tulips in the front yard. Daniel loosened the soil. Marin dropped bulbs into crooked holes. I sat on the porch with the blue folder beside me. Thinner now, corners bent from angry hands. Marin looked at the last hole. "Can we bury the hat?" I went inside and got it. It looked smaller than I remembered. Cheap faded brim, a little white label from a committee that no longer had Tessa's name anywhere on it. Marin placed
Alright, let's get some Pokeballs in the chat, folks. Gonk droids!
Marin patted the soil.
I still don't know what the fuck they do.
I tied the green ribbon around the blue folder and put it on the top shelf of the hall closet. Not hidden, not displayed. Available, but no longer breathing on my kitchen table. Then I stood in Marin's doorway. She was asleep sideways, 1 foot out from under the blanket. Her uneven waves spread across the pillow. The lavender butterfly clip sat on her nightstand beside a library book and a cup of water. Outside, under the porch light, fresh dirt covered the place where the pink hat was buried. Marin turned in her sleep and touched her own hair. Not like she was checking if it was still there, but like it belonged to her. In April, the first tulip movement, crooked and purple, bent toward the walkway like it had heard Marin laughing from the
I see you're back.
Hi, Indy 5.
without her shoes tied. We stood over that small flower together. She did not mention the hat under the soil. She did not mention Tessa. She
Let's fly, Indy.
Got it, Kay.
It came up anyway.
So, Kadik, did you ever think we'd be working together again?
No. But I thought a lot about what I'd say if you ever showed up. Or if I'd just blast you.
Well, technically, you did blast me.
Guess I did.
punch it.
Hey, ND5. What were droidsmiths like during the war?
I never met one.
But there were entire armies of droids.
We were disposable. If you were damaged, you were scrapped or broken down for spare parts. It was a different time.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
Fares to Shauna.
Hang tight.
We're ready.
They hit us. Yeah.
The turret is operational.
Where'd you go, you little motherfucker? There we go.
They're clearly not just looking to see if there is construction work that was performed.
See ya, ND5.
All right.
You sent me pictures.
Hang on tight.
Did that occur before they searched your house?
Alright,
Some retaliation for this flag and the sign that you put up.
What exactly am I looking for with this?
So, were they already inside the property? Or was this something that was denied? Which might be inspected the inside. It doesn't list any particulars, it just says the programming conditions violate provisions of the city of Newport Region ordinances. And it says these suspected violations cannot be fully determined unless they're granted access to the interior of the structure. So there are no specific allegations about some emergency, there's a busted water line or electrical problem. There's no safety concerns mentioned. And if you looked at the inspection report, it actually says that it has to take place during a time in which the homeowner is there. But that's not what happened here. This took place when the homeowner was not there at all. So it doesn't even appear under Florida law that this was a valid execution of this inspection. You have potential First Amendment retaliation. They're sending copies of text messages that she had obtained from the city of Newport Richie. Police, texting back and forth pictures.
Okay.
Free speech that the homeowner was engaging in putting a sign that was critical of the city, and also the flag she had put on the house that was critical of the city. So clearly, you have a First Amendment right to criticize your government officials. And it appears
You looking for sheep parts?
the timing and from the text messages themselves that they were retaliating against her for engaging in this criticizing her conduct.
How's it going?
Another time.
Making this SWAT team style entry into this thing's house.
Just want to replay this video for everybody so they don't forget that the city of Newport Richie broke into my property, broke my door, entered with guns drawn over a little discrepancy. They thought that an inspection warrant or a building permit was a search warrant, and I guess the guy was
You dare return to me after your recent indiscretion.
so now I'm free to whoever
So I got a chance to talk to her.
Hey, you need something?
More bugger nugger. Thanks, Eric. I can't do this anymore. I lost everything. Please, I need to talk to someone.
Okay. I can leave, pry, or comfort this guy. I'm gonna leave that up to you folks in chat. Hello, Mystic. Hello, Gouda. Welcome in.
How did you first find out that they had actually
So, here's how I'm gonna let this work. I gotta run to the restroom. And grab some coffee. So while I'm gone, I'm going to leave it up to you folks to make a choice here. 1, I pry. 2, I comfort. And you know what? That's the choices I'll let you make here. Either I pry into what's got him all upset, or I try to comfort the guy. So, while I'm gone, make your choice. 1 or 2 in chat. I'll be right back. Hang tight. All right, let's tally up. All right, no votes, so we're gonna prod.
All right, what's going on?
Where to begin? Moving here was a terrible mistake. This moon is a nightmare. I didn't know there was so much wind. All my stuff got wrecked. I should have just stayed on Corellia selling fake Bacta suits.
Wait, fake Bacta suits?
But then, of course, I had to go and shoot that officer. What was I thinking?
What were you thinking?
My life has taken a nosedive into an exo-gorth now. It's over.
That's terrible. Maybe leave?
My ship fell into a ravine. But thank you for listening.
Hey, trophy earned. Good listener. I listened to the longest sob story in the galaxy. Total trophy progress is 43%.
Well, you here for work or the drinks?
I don't think anyone comes here for the drinks.
I got work from the huts if you want to make some fast credits.
Maybe. Let's have a look.
All right, have a look. Too good to want, huh?
All right, Mystic.
Fancy meeting you here. You're the Ashiga scout?
Correct. Were you sent from the clan?
A tasty nutrient packet for you. And you've got something for me?
The reports, outlining everything observed on Toshara. How the local government operates, commerce, wildlife, terrain, its viability for potential expansion.
So, what's the verdict? Can I get a preview, or...?
It's windy.
Linda repeated. She's claiming I don't even know how to say this. She's saying you stole her work, that you plagiarized her ideas to get the promotion, that you've been sabotaging her career. I just stared at her. But that doesn't make any sense. I finally managed. Sarah and I don't even work for the same company. We never have. I know. Linda's voice was barely above a whisper now. I know that. You know that. But she's been calling them anyway, using a fake name, sending emails from burner accounts. I found the drafts on her laptop last week when I was helping her with something. My brain was screwed. My Sarah, before somebody helped me practice for the interview that landed me this promotion in the first place, who had always been a level-headed one, with a voice of reason. Why? The question came out of course. I don't know. Linda wiped her eyes quickly. She won't talk to me about it. I've been watching her these past few months, and she's not herself. She's obsessed. She spends hours on.
I don't think my brother's gonna show. Blasted fights. My family's been milking Rabooma for generations. No longer, it seems. I don't know if your brother's still alive, but he wouldn't have let the Pikes take the farm without a fight. If the story about the Pikes is real, but it's the perfect cover. Yeah, the family's savings would completely clear all the debt he's wrapped up from gambling.
Gotta admit, I wouldn't put it past him.
It's a short ride south. If I don't hear anything by tomorrow, I'm going after him.
This individual has built their recent career advancement on stolen concepts and deliberate interference with my own professional opportunities. It went on for paragraphs, detailed accusations about projects I'd allegedly stolen, claims that I'd badmouthed her industry contacts we didn't even share, screenshots of what looked like LinkedIn messages, except I've never sent messages to anyone about Sarah. The screenshots had to be...
Oh, lots about to change.
Tell me already, you look like you're about to squirm right out of your skin.
Okay. So last night, I broke into a freighter and grabbed a crate marked Buckler.
That made sense, but it was thorough.
Thought you were going to tell me something exciting.
Wait for it. I hauled it up to the roof, cracked it open, and what did I find? Barradium. It could have blown my face in.
Lucky Scott.
He's got a fortune on the black market.
We're gonna be rich.
Does your company know? Linda asked. Have they contacted you? No. I thought about it. No, they haven't said anything. Maybe they didn't take it seriously. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe they're investigating quietly. Linda looked desperately hopeful, like she wanted me to tell her this was all. But I was thinking about the structure. If someone had filed 3 formal complaints against a regional manager, there would have been protocol, interviews, documentation. I would have heard something. Unless they had heard something and were building a case before approaching me. Or unless someone in HR was smart enough to recognize the complaints for what they were, baseless harassment, and had quietly filtered them out. I needed to know which one it was. Which like I said again, I know this is insane. I know you and Sarah were so close, and I don't understand what happened, but I couldn't just let this keep going. She's going to ruin your life, or ruin her own life, or both. Why are you telling me this? I asked, not accusatory, just genuinely curious. Linda's face crumbled a little, because she's my daughter and I love her, but what she's doing is wrong. And because you were always good to her, you were a good friend. You didn't deserve whatever this is. We stood there for a moment in the organic produce section, surrounded by overpriced kale and locally sourced honey. Thank you, I said finally, for telling me. Linda nodded. She looked like she wanted to say something else, but couldn't figure out what. Eventually, she just squeezed my arm one more time, gentler than before, and walked away. I stood there holding my grocery basket, watching her disappear around the corner toward the checkout lanes. Then I pulled out my phone. First, I called my company's HR director, got her voicemail because it was after business hours, left a message asking her to call me back first thing tomorrow morning. Urgent matter. Second, I opened my email and started searching through the last 3 months of correspondence, looking for anything unusual, any emails from people I didn't recognize, any strange meeting requests that got canceled at the last minute. There was one from 6 weeks ago, a calendar invite from someone named Jennifer Michaels requesting a 15-minute phone call to discuss regional collaboration.
Push that button, Nix.
What's going on? I thought about how to phrase this. Spent an hour rehearsing it in my head. I need to know if anyone has filed complaints against me.
Way to go.
Karen was quiet for a moment. That's specific. Is there a reason you're asking? Yes, I have reason to believe someone has been submitting false complaints to damage my professional reputation. Okay, I can hear her shifting into professional mode. Let me pull up your phone. Give me a second. The sound of typing. A long pause. Yeah, Karen said finally. Yeah, there have been some complaints. My stomach dropped. How many? Four separate complaints from different email addresses. All anonymous. All making similar accusations of workplace misconduct, intellectual property theft, and, she paused, and some pretty serious allegations of false
Shit.
Nothing's broken, I think. Hey, buddy.
Because they were obviously fake. Same writing styles crossed off. Similar phrasing. And the allegations were all super vague. No specific dates. No actual evidence. No witnesses. Plus, they all came from burner email accounts. I get stuff like this sometimes. Usually from disgruntled employees or people who didn't get a position they applied for. It's harassment, basically. So we document it and monitor. But we don't usually escalate unless there's something concrete. Relief washed through me. Followed immediately by anger. I know who said that. I said, you do? Yeah, and I have evidence. Can I come in and talk to you about it? You're already on your way, aren't you? I'm pulling into the parking lot right now. Karen laughed, but it sounded tired. Give me 20 minutes. I need coffee first. I sat in my car in the corporate office parking lot, watching
Alright,
through the glass doors. My phone buzzed. A text from my sister asking if I wanted to get dinner this weekend. I didn't respond. Just sat there, thinking. The thing about Sarah was that she'd always been competitive. Not in an obvious way. Not in a way that most people would notice. But I've known her long enough to see it. In college, she'd get weird when I did better on an exam. Not angry. Just withdrawn. She'd make little comments about how I must have studied harder, or how the professor probably liked my writing style better. Never quite direct enough to call her out on it, but frequent enough that I noticed. After graduation, she'd gotten a job at a marketing firm. Hated it. Complained constantly about her boss, her coworkers, clients. Whenever I suggested she look for something else, she'd get defensive. See, it was a good opportunity.
Alright, Pokeballs out.
Needed to stick it out. Meanwhile, I've gone into retail management. Worked my way up from assistant manager to store manager to district manager. It wasn't glamorous. It wasn't what I imagined doing.
Come, take it closer.
I was good at it, and it paid well, and I genuinely liked the problem-solving aspect of it. Sarah always seemed, not dismissive exactly, but that she thought I was selling myself short, like retail was beneath me somehow. I'd never called her on that either. There had been other things too, small moments I'd tucked away and tried not to think about. The time I got engaged, briefly, to someone who turned out to be completely wrong for me, and Sarah had thrown me an engagement party but spent the whole night making jokes about marriage being a trap. The time I'd been excited about a new apartment I'd found, and Sarah had pointed out every single flaw in the place until I felt stupid for liking it. The time I'd cut my hair and she'd said, oh, well, it'll grow back. Little cuts, death by 1,000 paper cuts. But she was my best friend. Had been for a decade. You don't throw away a decade of friendship because someone occasionally makes you feel small. Except apparently she had thrown it away the moment I'd gotten something she wanted. Or, no, not something she wanted. Something that made her feel left behind. I moved up. She'd stayed stuck.
Nice. Thank you.
Bye now.
Just neutrally fine with it. She decided to tear me down. Karen was waiting in her office when I got upstairs. She clearly made an effort to look more awake. Fresh lipstick, hair pulled back into a neater ponytail than it had probably been when she rolled out of bed. Okay, she said, gesturing for me to sit. Talk to me. I laid it out. The promotion, the ghosting.
There we go.
The photos of the draft emails. The pattern of strange contacts over the last 3 months. Karen listened without interrupting, taking notes on a legal pad. When I finished, she sat back in her chair and rubbed her temples. Jesus, she said. Yeah, you have the photos Linda took. I pulled out my phone. She sent them to me last night. I can forward them to you. Karen nodded. Do that. I'll need to loop in legal. This is harassment. Potentially criminal harassment, depending on how far she's taken it. I don't want to press charges.
Hold tight.
But this isn't normal behavior. This is someone having a breakdown. I just wanted to stop. That's generous. It's not generosity. It's just, she was my best friend. For 10 years. Karen tapped her head against the legal pad. Okay, here's what we'll do. I'll document everything you've given me. I'll talk to legal about sending them.
Hey there, 25.
Hello, Kay.
To scare people into stopping. We'll also flag any
Good to go.
Copy that, Jay.
Then we escalate. Let's try to cease and desist first.
Out now, little guy. I'm busy. Okay, give me a sec. I'll play with you.
They're eavesdrop, Jay. We've got pirates.
Taking damage!
The turret is up. On our right.
I'm on it. All right. Okay, not bad.
Bring the hyperdrive.
Time to jump. Comfy, Nick? Oh, yeah. You've had a big day, huh?
Akiva space.
She said she was going to the job. She just sat there in the parking lot for 2 hours. Didn't get out. Just sat there. Did you talk to her? I tried. She told me. She said, I took a screenshot. She said she listened to me. All the sponsors are there. Talking all night around. I'm a straight girl who's my man. I walked over. I said, the entire time I was sitting there. I said, it's not someone's fault. It's not my time. It's still. Yes, who's this? My name is Dr. Patricia Chen. I'm a psychiatrist at Valley Oaks Hospital. Linda Rodriguez gave me your contact information. I'm calling about Sarah Rodriguez. My heart started pounding. Is she okay? She's safe. She's currently in our psychiatric unit. She was admitted yesterday morning after her mother brought her in. With her mother's permission, I wanted to reach out
I'll
to
see you later, Indy 5.
contact you. What's been happening? I sat down on the edge of my bed. Okay.
All
Sarah has been
right.
diagnosed with delusional disorder, persecutory type. It's a condition where a person gets fixed false beliefs about being harmed or been spoken against by others, despite evidence to the contrary. In Sarah's case, the delusion centered around you and your professional success. I don't understand. We were friends for 10 years. Why would she suddenly... It's not always sudden, Dr. Chen said gently. Sometimes these disorders develop gradually. A triggering event, like a friend's promotion, can crystallize existing insecurities or resentments into a full delusional system. Sarah genuinely believes that you stole from her, sabotaged her, and coordinated a campaign.
Take a look.
No amount of logical evidence will convince her otherwise because the belief is not based in logic. Can she get better? With treatment? Yes. Many people with delusional disorders are well to antipsychotic medication and therapy, but it takes time. And Sarah is resistant right now. She doesn't believe there's anything wrong with her thinking. What happens now? She'll remain in our care for at least 72 hours for evaluation. After that, we'll reassess. Her mother is very involved in support, which helps significantly. I wanted to call you because Linda mentioned you've been kind enough to documented that recorded me. Okay. Dr. Chan gave me her office number in case I needed to talk to someone about what I'd been through. I thanked her and hung up. Then I sat there on my bed for a while, not really thinking about anything, just feeling the weight of it all. Linda called me 2 days later. They're keeping her for 2 weeks, she said. Her voice sounded raw, like she'd been crying. Voluntary admission. She finally agreed to try the medication. That's good, I said. That's really good.
Alright.
Thinking about all the signs I missed. All the time she said,
What?
I just thought she was stressed. You couldn't have known. Maybe. She didn't sound convinced. I'm going to see her tomorrow. Is there anything you want me to tell her? I thought about it. No. I think it's
This is the way I need to go. Yeah, here we go.
Linda apologized at least 4 times. I told her she had nothing to apologize for. After we hung out, I went for a walk. It was late October by then. The year had that particular kind of Christmas that makes you want to wear a jacket, even though you don't quite need one yet. I thought about Sarah, about how we met in that psychology class, how we'd stayed up too late talking about stupid things, how she'd been there for me through bad relationships and family drama and all the small crises that make up your 20s. I thought about how you could know someone for a decade and still not really know them. 3 weeks later, I got a letter.
You've come at the right time.
From Sarah. The envelope had been forwarded from Linda to her home address, probably because she didn't have one.
You must be the Ashiga clan scout. I've got something for you.
How did you determine that?
Not a lot of Ashiga on Akiva. You got reports for me to take back to the clan?
Here. Everything observed about the Akiva planet and its potential for the clan to expand here. The atmosphere is very humid. We will need to find a way to wick the extra moisture from our cilia.
Got it. Oh, and they sent this nutrient packet for you.
Ah, delicious.
I didn't respond. The restraining order was still active, and even if it wasn't, I didn't know what I would say. Sometimes sorry isn't enough. Sometimes it doesn't matter if someone was sick or having a breakdown or genuinely didn't mean to hurt you. The hurt still happened. Linda texted me updates occasionally over the next few months. Sarah was doing better. The medication was helping. She was living with Linda now, working part-time, going to therapy twice a week. I was glad she was getting better. I genuinely was. But I didn't ask Linda for details. Didn't follow up with questions. I'd done what I needed to do to protect myself. And now Sarah needed to heal without me being part of that process. I'll continue. I got through the holiday season, which in retail is its own special kind of chaos. Hired a maid, dealt with the usual problems, got a good performance review in January. My life moved forward. By February, I realized I could go whole days without thinking about Sarah at all. That felt like its own kind of ending. One Friday evening in March, I was at a wine bar with some co-workers when my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Hi, this is Linda. I wanted to let you know that Sarah is moving to Portland next month. She got a job over there and she thinks a fresh start would be good for her. I thought you might want to know. I stared at the message for a moment. That's good, I wrote back. I hope it works out for her. She's doing a lot better. She asked me to tell you thank you for not pressing charges. She knows she doesn't deserve your kindness, but she wanted you to know she's grateful. Tell her I hope she stays well.
Hey, ND5.
You're back, Kay.
For everything, for being understanding even when you had every right not to.
Let's get moving, ND.
Engines online.
And went back to
You think we should get an astromech?
Why would we need one of those?
To help out with the ship?
Do you speak binary?
No.
Well, I do. And astromechs are too... They talk too much. If you're going to acquire one, please, do it after the job. Now entering the Kiva space. Hyperdrive coming online.
Let's jump.
That is not safe for you, Nix. Fine. You can stay in my coat. I will attempt not to crush you.
Get ready!
Good to go, Kay. Perfect. You're being hit, Kay. Turret activating, Kay.
We're still alive. Nice.
We have pirates incoming.
Vehicle's gonna be a white Dodge Challenger, heading now southbound. What are you going through?
What the fuck was that? Let's get some Pokeballs out.
Gonna head out.
All right, Kay.
Found both of your scouts. Here are their reports.
Thank you. You've helped the Ashiga clan immeasurably.
I know the Queen wants to expand to other planets, but how does the rest of the clan feel? I thought the Ashiga were pretty settled on Kijimi.
We are, but we are also nomads. This won't be the first time we've had to start somewhere new. Now, the Queen can extend the clan's power and influence in the galaxy. We could not have achieved this without you. It cannot fully repay the work you've done, but this is a humble token of our gratitude.
Oh, well, certainly doesn't hurt to be a friend of the clan. Big galaxy out there. Good luck.
They denied my $1,500 travel request for our industry's biggest trade show. I went anyway on my own dime. I returned with an exclusive deal making me the sole distributor for the part my company needs to exist. My resignation letter included my new price list. Why would we pay $1,500 for someone who doesn't even present? That's what Greg said. Director of procurement, king of condescension, and proud owner of a mug that said I'm not bossy. I just have better ideas. He chuckled as he slid Claire's printed travel request back across the table like a
Kay.
Hi, and 5.
Where the bodies were buried, as her friend in finance once joked.
Here we go.
Understood, Kay.
Dangerous in that way.
So, Gadik, this job could get messy. Are you any better with a blaster?
Sure. Yes. Definitely.
You still close your eyes when you shoot.
I don't like blasters, okay? Not my thing.
Hang on.
Copy that, Kay. Good job. The turret is active. Taking fire. Enemy ship is going to call for reinforcements. Enemy behind us. Pirates. Turret is primed, Kay. Calculating hyperdrive coordinates.
Let's punch it.
It's getting so easy to do starfighter fights.
Hey, NV5. What was
I've
it like
upgraded
serving in
enough
a
that
army?
I had a team.
starship battles in this are way easier. I only end up worrying when a capital ship or close to a capital ship size ship pops in system and I have to get rid of that. But that's why I've got all my shit set to ion.
We are now into Shaw space.
Grab onto something.
Ready for attack, Kay.
See ya, 95.
Very well.
Subject line. Read catch up during expo. She kept embracing.
Ready, Nix?
She said,
There we go.
U.S. market sourcing specialist. Knows our product inside and out. Jacob's handshake was trying for. What's your angle? He asked, skipping any hello. I know what your current distributor charges, Claire said. And I know they offer zero technical support, poor logistics, and treat your product like a side hustle. Yakov blinked. And I also know that your component is the linchpin in 60% of the show's prototypes, including the one my company builds its entire flagship around. That got his attention. Slight tilt of the head, calculation behind the eyes, and you're offering what? I'm offering you someone who knows the buyers, speaks the language, and isn't afraid to knock on doors. I'm not trying to be your rep. I'm going to be your partner. Exclusive U.S. distribution. I fund the editing. You can't reach without the overhead, and I get the leverage over it. Yakov stared at her, said nothing, and finally, you'd leave your company. She smiled. I left the moment they said I wasn't worth $1,500. Peter let out a quiet whistle like he hadn't expected her to go full gladiator in the first round. Yakov nodded thoughtful. The current U.S. partners contract is up for renewal in 60 days. They're squeezing us frankly. Treat us like we're lucky to have them.
What have you got, Nix?
You're not the one pause. Then Yakov said, set up a time next week. You show me proof of logistics capability, warehousing plan, order fulfillment, 2 weeks. If you can pull that off, we'll sign a provisional agreement. Claire stuck out her hand. He took it. No cheers. No confetti.
Alright.
Shifted in her spine. An exhale of years of being benched, brushed off, passed over for louder, dumber men. She left the booth feeling taller, her steps deliberate. Around her, the trade show unknown. New startups, hired salespeople, recycled jargon. But Claire wasn't looking for a compliment. She was building an empire on the rags to the station.
Hold tight.
She barely touched the job.
Oh! Oops. That was unintentional.
Ready to go?
Kind of funny though.
Nice try. Hey, Indy 5.
Welcome back.
But instead of spiraling, she started listing bullet points on a notepad one by one, like laying bricks. By morning,
All right, let's go, Indy.
Got it, Kay.
Thanks. Scan through after I left. Yeah. Maybe I missed you too.
Hang on.
Copy that, Kay.
Okay, let's jump.
Balls, you chat.
Grab onto something.
Ready for attack, Kay. We're taking damage. Turret is active, Kay. Left flank.
Yeah, I hear you.
Enemy left. You need to watch it, Kay.
I'm sorry.
Turret is ready.
Hang tight.
We're ready. Enemy at the rear.
Open fire. Get ready.
Good to go, Kay. Nice work. We're taking hits. On our left.
I know. We lost shields.
Turret is active, Kay.
Right, you vicious little bastards. Damn it!
Turret armed and ready. Turret activated, Kay. Left flank.
I got it.
There we go.
Good hit. Quite Their hangar is neutralized. Taking fire. Good job.
You have our gratitude. Take what you wish from the wreckage.
I will.
We have pirates incoming. We're taking hits. The turret is up. To the right.
I'm on it. That should do it.
Pirate vessels in the area. Got some mines here. Watch out, mines. I'm picking up pirate vessels.
Right.
No revenge, just certainty. They underestimated her. Now they pay her for it at a 950% markup. The quarterly numbers hit like a bat to the teeth. COGS on the flagship product had tripled overnight. Profit margins gone. Like someone had snuck into the accounting department at midnight and set fire to the spreadsheets. At first, Greg tried to spin it. Temporary vendor turbulence, he told the executive team, waving Claire's price sheet like it was a weather report instead of the end of his career. Negotiating new terms. Everything's under control. Except nothing was. Manufacturing stalled by Tuesday. Orders were backlogged. Clients were irate. Internal chatter bubbled in, slime threads and massive aggressive meeting rights. Then
We're being hit, Kate.
There we go. Alright, Pokeball's out.
Mom, Dad, this is my boyfriend.
This is my client, DJ. He was driving his crappy little farm car to the store to get some feed for the pile of animals he and his wife had at home. But he gets pulled over, even though the only thing he did wrong was not have an inspection sticker on this crappy little car. He ends up getting arrested, going to jail, and being prosecuted as a thief. How did that happen? Why is there shaking?
Keep sharp, Day. We've got pirates. Right side.
I know! Whoa!
Good shot. You're taking damage. right.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, we're still breathing.
From the left.
Get ready.
Good to go, Kay. We're hit. Enemy at the rear. Pirates are targeting us. The turret is up. Enemies on our tail. You're being kicked, Kay. The turret is all set. The turret is active.
All right, not bad. Still alive.
Okay, that got a little insane, but I got through it.
It was a clause designed for emergencies, never meant to be triggered, but it hadn't been removed, and no one else had noticed. I stared at the legal print long after midnight. My hands trembled, but not with fear.
I think I'll take it. Those are pirates, Kay. Turret is ready. Taking fire. Enemy left. Nice work.
I'll see you later, ND5.
All right, then. 47 p.m. During lunch break, I walked to a nearby notary office. I signed the form, paid the filing fee, and submitted the claim. Legally, transparently, and with every document in order, I paid the $1 in cash. The notary, a woman in her 60s with sharp eyes, glanced at the figure and smirked. "Hope this works out for you," she said. I smiled back. "Me too." By the time I returned to the office, nothing seemed different. Nathan's assistant was gossiping with marketing. The CFO was on a call, laughing about golf. Nathan himself was barking at someone about synergy on the other side of the glass wall. I sat down and typed a brief summary of my filing, sending it to my personal email for safekeeping. The clock ticked. Nothing happened. For 2 days, I started to wonder if I'd imagined it all. If maybe I had misunderstood some legal technicality. I had risked my job, my career, maybe even a lawsuit. But on the morning of the third day, I noticed a shift. At 9:15 a.m., a lawyer from the acquisition firm stormed into Nathan's office. They spoke in low, clipped tones. Nathan's voice rose once, a sharp bark, before dropping again. By noon, the legal team was huddled in the executive boardroom. At 1:30 p.m., Nathan summoned the entire leadership team for an urgent update. I wasn't invited, but I didn't need to be. I heard enough as people whispered in hallways. Snippets
Oh yeah, that's right. I can't get to that area the way it looks.
The license is frozen. The deal can't close without it. I kept my head down, pretending not to listen. That afternoon, Nathan walked past my desk without looking at me.
A true friend is a high.
3 days earlier didn't spark anymore. I went home that night with my heart pounding. Not out of fear, out of something else. A strange mixture of disbelief and calm. It was working, but this wasn't over, because I knew men like Nathan Carlisle didn't fold quietly. They fought, they bluffed, they crushed anything in their way. And I had just become a very inconvenient obstacle. The next morning, my phone buzzed.
Maya?
Even made it into the
Who are you?
Nathan Carlisle.
I'm Kay. You called me? Told me to come see you?
Kay. Yes. Kay Bess. That is right. We received reports that the Empire is planning a strike on Crimson Dawn.
And why do the Ashiga care?
The Empire is after a Dawn archive. We think the logs in it could be useful for us. Logs have secrets, and secrets are good.
So I steal the archive before the Empire does. Where is it?
In space.
Space is big.
Kay, I will be honest. This is my first task. I don't know what I am doing.
All right. It's okay. We've all been there. As long as you pay, I'll dig a little, figure it out.
We can pay? Yes. Yes. We can pay.
She is woefully underprepared to do what she's doing here.
ND5, the Imps are going after a Dawn archive.
Why does that concern us?
The Ashigas are gonna pay us to steal it before the Empire does, if we can find it.
You could always capture and interrogate Imperial.
That sounds like a lot of work, but maybe I don't need to. I'm sure some group of stormtroopers down in the Thieves' Quarter will be talking about it.
Then, with a low chuckle, he circled behind his desk and sat down, folding his hands like a poker player about to raise the stakes. "You want money?" I tilted my head slightly. "Excuse me." He gave a sharp smile. "Come on, let's not pretend. You saw an opportunity to grab a piece of this deal. Fine. Name your price. I'll buy you out of this little stuff. Clean. Quiet." I held his gaze. I didn't file the claim for money. His smile faltered. Then I leaned forward slightly. "I filed it because you dismissed me like I didn't exist. You made a choice to ignore my warning. The same way you've ignored every person who wasn't sitting at this table with a title you respect. I'm not here to negotiate, Nathan. I'm here because this isn't your game to win by default anymore. office go quietly. The first blow landed before I even left the building. At 5:03 p.m., an email popped up in my inbox from HR. Subject, formal inquiry into conduct. Immediate response required. I opened it, my pulse steady. They were investigating me for unauthorized interference with corporate contractual agreements. I almost laughed. Almost, because I had seen this tactic before. A classic move in corporate chess. Smear the opponent, discredit them, make them look like a rogue actor before they can build a defense. But I was ready. I forwarded an email to my attorney. Yes, I had hired one 2 days ago.
Let's see here.
Nathan thought this was still his game. He hadn't realized yet. I already flipped the board. The HR inquiry wasn't a surprise. What came next was the next morning. I called the officer. He had just taken it. The first thing I noticed was my computer. Locked. A red screen blinked back at me. Access restricted. Please contact IT. I took a slow breath.
I still don't get what this raid is for.
I got called into
Don't have
HR
to.
again.
But my guess?
This dawn raid seems risky. It would be nice to know what kind of intel we're after.
Whatever it is, it's important enough that the captain had to scope out Crimson Dawn territory herself.
Folding her hands neatly on the table.
A stormtrooper captain in Crimson Dawn territory? Sounds like a lead.
I nodded calmly. Concerns relating to a lawful, documented license claim that I filed personally outside of company resources. A flicker of discomfort crossed her face. We're simply following protocol. I leaned back in my chair. So am I. I handed her a letter, signed by my attorney, formally stating that any retaliatory action taken against me, including restricting access or assigning blame without evidence, would be met with legal response. The counsel's lips pressed into a thin line as he read it. Is that a threat? No, it's a fact. We sat in silence. Finally, HR nodded stiffly.
Sorry, Captain, but I couldn't let you leave with that data pad. There's too much at stake.
A paper trail.
Oh, that data pad could be useful.
I caught fragments in the hallways. HR's on now. She's finished. Crazy move. I walked past them all, keeping my expression neutral. I knew how this game worked. Nathan was trying to push me out before the board or shareholders got
See what they've got.
If I walked away now, it would confirm every accusation. Unauthorized conduct, insubordination, breach of trust. But I wasn't walking.
Found the Crimson Dawn archive. It's out in the nebula.
Okay, I'll get the ship ready.
He was sharp, methodical, not one for theatrics. Exactly the kind of lawyer you want when facing a corporate machine. He slid a folder across the table. We're filing a preemptive injunction.
What will get sent next?
I have to explain everything in court. Public record. I opened the folder, glancing over the documents. Nathan
There we go.
My attorney smiled slightly. That's the thing. The next day, the atmosphere at the office shifted. Attention didn't dissolve. It thickened, but this time, it wasn't directed at me. It was Nathan. Word had started leaking. People asked questions. How did his secretary file a binding claim? Why hadn't legal done it? Why was HR scrambling over this? The CFO avoided eye contact with me. 2 VPs whispered in the hallway when I passed. And then, late that afternoon, something I didn't expect happened. I got a call from the chairman of the board.
Hey there, 95.
This is Richard.
Hi, Kate.
I believe we need to have a conversation. I sat across from him in a glass.
Okay, taking off.
System stable.
What's wrong, buddy? I know. We'll be back on solid ground soon.
We're flying into a nebula. Stay alert.
Why would the Dawn be hiding data in a nebula?
The nebula interferes with standard Imperial sensor sweeps. Out of sight, but still accessible.
And dangerous. They got us!
operational.
Hold on.
We're ready. The enemy ship is going to hail for reinforcements.
Get ready!
Ready for attack, Kay. Turret is active, Kay. We're taking hits. Left flank.
I know!
Taking fire. Enemy left.
Grab onto something!
I copy, Kay. Turret activated, Kay.
Hang tight!
Good to go, Kay. I located the archive, but our sensors picked up an energy barrier blocking our way there.
Then we'll just blast our way through it.
That won't work. We could target the generators. No power, no barriers.
Good call. the generator.
Looks like pirates. Careful. The barrier is still up. There are 2 more generators. Nice work. Turret is active, Kay. From the left.
That should do it.
The barrier is down.
All right. Let's go get that archive.
Now I deal with these annoying gnats.
From the left.
On it! Yeah!
Got ties out there.
I hear you.
Downloading the... It seems I've triggered a failsafe. It's now going alert.
So, trigger the alarm.
Hey, I got an alert. Are you stealing from us?
No.
Hey, Vibes! How you doing?
Okay, delete the archive. We can see that you copied it onto your ship system.
Fine. If you pay me.
That's all that matters, isn't it? Getting paid.
Well, what's in the archive?
Not your problem. I'll send you the credits once I receive confirmation it's off your system.
25? Let's get out of here.
The Imperials are onto us. We're outnumbered.
We're always outnumbered. Let's get out of here.
Enemy at the rear. We're taking hits.
Guess we're in the clear.
Doc just said the name. And we had an incoming call from Mayhem.
This was over.
Hey, have you secured the archive?
got to it before we did.
I thought you were a professional. How am I supposed to explain this to the Queen?
She has ended the transmission.
Yup, sounds about right.
Trailblazer, come in. You're on record as a friendly vessel. Can you assist us? You will be rewarded.
Pirates are targeting us.
Yes!
Good fight, Kay. Pirates nearby. Stay alert.
This is Kay Best on board the Trailblazer. I'm coming to help.
What do you think you're doing?
My mistake.
Looks like pirates. Careful. Nice one. Careful, Kay. Mine's ahead. Turret is prime, Kay.
I don't know what we did to earn your trust, but it'll be repaid. Thank you, Stevens.
I don't remember giving you my name.
Is that so? How interesting.
Cool. Awesome. As long as I've got the money, that's good.
This better pay off.
Yo, Blue Daisy, what's up?
Alright, this is the national field where we straight up for homing weekend. Keep your eyes out for a cargo crate.
Lots of TIE fighters here. They must be cleaning up the nebula.
Then let's not get freaked out.
Got some mines here.
Whoa! Both coming apart!
Alright, you annoying fucking gnat. Come here.
Enemy left.
I'm on it!
The turret is operational.
Whoa!
Shield offline.
Still in one piece.
TIE fighters nearby.
Got it.
careful. This place is mine.
Whoa! We got that homing beacon?
Tracker's pointing to Tatooine. And I think the weapons are on the move.
Okay, I'm calling Rooster. Let's get out of this nebula. Hey, Rooster, it's Kay.
You again? What do you want?
I found your weapons.
What? How?
I have a ship, remember? I'm gonna relay you the signal.
Careful, Kay. Mine's ahead.
That is the signal. Beacons could be someone with lost market to Jabba. Alright, meet me on Tatooine. We're gonna get him back.
Now I have to get the fuck out of this goddamn nebula.
Hang tight!
Good to go, Kay. Spooling hyperdrive.
Let's go! Hold on!
Ready for attack, Kay. The turret is active. Enemy ship is going to call for backup, Kay. Perfect.
Okay, those sequences got a little nuts.
Where's my daughter? Before Allison could answer, my mom's voice floated from the kitchen. Oh, honey. She called like she was about to offer me a plate of pancakes. Come in here. I didn't move. Where is Cora? Footsteps. Then my mom appeared at the end of the hallway, wiping her hands on a dish towel like she was in a commercial. My dad stood behind her. Allison shifted beside me, suddenly very interested in her nails. I repeated myself. Where is Cora? My mom smiled tight and bright. We voted. I stared at her. We won. She lifted her chin. We voted. You don't get a say. I felt the world go quiet like someone turned down the volume.
Gonna head out.
Very well.
You voted. I repeated slowly because my brain refused to accept that it couldn't speak. About what? My dad crossed his arms. It's been discussed. It's been. I let out a short, nervous laugh that didn't contain any humor. You held a vote about my child. My mom's expression hardened. You're never here, Hannah. You work all the time. I work, I said, because bills don't care about feelings. Now, where is she? Allison chimed in, casual as a weather report. She's with her dad. The air in my chest vanished. With Stephen, I said, and it came out flat. My mom nodded like she'd just solved a math problem. Where's she supposed to be? My hands tingled. My 7-year-old barely knows him. He's still her father, my dad said. Biologically, I said, and my voice stayed calm in that dangerous way. Calm like I was holding something heavy and trying not to drop it. My mom sighed like I was exhausting her.
Oh,
I had to
you
make a
hot
decision.
too,
You
Nix?
don't have the outside perspective. You're too close to it. I'm her mother, I said. That's the perspective. Allison stepped forward, pointing down the hallway like a real estate agent. And besides, we need that room. I stared at her. You need Cora's room. Allison didn't even flinch. I work from home now. I need an office, a studio. You can't film content with a child running around. I looked from her to my mom. You're turning her room into a studio. My mom said, we can't have a child here in the house. It's disturbing. Disturbing? My daughter existing. My dad added, and you can't take care of her. You're always at work. So why are you acting shocked? I felt something cold and clear settle into place inside me. Not anger yet. Something sharper. I took a slow breath. Then I turned away and walked to the bathroom. Not because I was running. Because if I stayed in that hallway, I was going to say something that would set the whole house on fire. And I needed the fire later when it would matter. I locked the door. I stared at myself in the mirror. Work-worn face, tired eyes, the look of a woman who has spent years trying to be reasonable with unreasonable people. I put both hands on the sink and breathed. In, out. Then I unlocked the door and stepped back into the hallway. They were still talking, still justifying, still acting like they were the committee in charge of my life. I walked toward them, calm, steady, different. I stayed calm and said one sentence. They all stopped and the color drained from their faces. They stared at me like they'd never seen me before, which was funny in a dry kind of way because they'd spent my whole life training me to be the version of me that wouldn't scare them. The one who didn't push back. The one who took whatever was handed to her and called it family. But the woman standing in that hallway, she wasn't asking for permission anymore. And watching their faces shift, subtle then sharper, pulled me backward through time. Because this didn't start today. It started when I was a kid. My sister Allison is 2 years younger than me. 2 years is nothing now. But in our house, it was a crown. Allison was the favorite. Not in the obvious way where parents say it out loud. They did it the quiet way. The way that lets them deny it later. Allison got praised for being special. I got praised for being helpful. Allison was creative. I was responsible.
I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be back. Hang tight.
If I cried, my dad would say, you're fine. So I learned how to be fine. I learned how to be useful. I learned how to anticipate what they wanted before they said it. Because if you're useful, you get tolerated. And even when I was little, I could feel it the way they wanted me. Not gone exactly, but I know the way. Fast forward to adulthood. I became a nurse because nursing makes sense. There's a problem. You address it. Someone is hurt. You help. You don't vote on whether they deserve care. And I've been seeing things children who make me who are trying to relate to other people. Solid thing in the world. She looked small in a way that made something inside me go completely still. Cora, I breathed. Her eyes lifted to me. She didn't run. She didn't smile. She just stared like she was waiting to see if I was real. I crossed the room and knelt beside her. Hi, baby, I said softly. I wrapped my arms around her. She didn't hug me back. She stayed stiff, arms at her sides like she didn't trust them open. My chest tightened. I pulled back just enough to see her face. Her eyes were wet, but she wasn't crying the way kids usually cry.
All right.
Cried and ran out of room for it. Then her voice came out small and broken. Grandma said, "You didn't want me." My throat closed. I couldn't breathe for a second. I looked up briefly towards Susan and David. They were watching from the doorway, guarded and silent like they were waiting for a verdict. Then I looked back at my daughter. "Honey," I said, and my voice shook. She lied. Cora's lip trembled. "She said you told them. She said you were tired of me." My eyes burned. "I came home." I said carefully, like my words were the only thing holding her together. "I came home and you weren't there. I was looking forward to spending the whole day with you." I drove as fast as I could. Cora's eyes searched mine. "You didn't tell them?" She whispered. "You didn't tell them to bring me here because you don't want me?" "Never," I said, and my voice broke on the word. "Not in a million years." Her shoulders sagged a little. Then slowly her arms lifted and wrapped around me. Not tight, not instantly. Cautious, but real. I held her like the world had proven it couldn't be trusted. Behind us, I could feel Susan and David watching. Still guarded, still quiet. Then David cleared his throat. "We thought you didn't want her," Susan said stiffly. I didn't look up. "I do." David's voice came lower, steadier. "We don't approve of what Stephen is like." That made me look up. His eyes were serious. Not soft, but sincere. They wouldn't believe the
Ready next?
Those idiots just annoy me.
That's the last of them. Oh, come on.
I'm all set up. You close?
Almost there.
Good. Because I got a nice little surprise right for you.
Are you sure this is the best way to become proficient with heavy weaponry?
Hey, you're the one who told me to look for her.
Yes. I've done many irresponsible things lately.
What's the plan? We're blowing up the convoy.
You sure you don't want to just rob it? It's cleaner.
Your pet there. What is he?
Oh, Nix? He's a Mercal. Kind of rare. Honestly, I don't even know what planet he's from.
Mine was a skeletal beast. Common as dirt. He died when the Empire shot down my ship. We're blowing up that convoy. You ever fired a Z6 before?
We, didn't have a lot of those back on, Kendo.
It's not that hard. Lift the knees, offhand on top, dig in, and start shooting.
And I was back at the hospital trying to work like my personal life wasn't a disaster. I was in the hallway near the nurse's station when I heard my name. Not a coworker voice, a demanding voice. I turned and there they were. My mom and dad in the hospital waving papers, the eviction documents. My mom's face was red with fury. My dad looked like he'd been chewing on anger for 2 straight days. They marched up to the desk and started raising their voices. Patients looked over. Staff stiffened. Someone in security started paying attention. I stepped forward before it became a full scene. 5 minutes, I said, clipped. That's all you get. My mom hissed. Oh, now you have limits. I led them to a side corridor near an empty console room. Close enough that staff could see me. Far enough that my unit didn't have to watch this. My dad shoved the papers toward me. Explain this. My mom's voice climbed. How dare you? How dare you send lawyers after us? My dad snapped. You scammed us. You stole our house. I blinked slowly. I stole it. Yes. My mom spat. You used a loophole. You planned this. You betrayed your parents. I kept my voice flat. Hospital calm. The kind of calm you use when someone is bleeding and you need your hand steady. You begged me to do it, I said. My mom scoffed. We never begged.
Try it out.
We did. I said.
Oh,
You were about
and watch the road. It spins like a wild card
$19,400.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Daddy got a brand new toy, motherfuckers. And I like it. Yo, Lizard Wizard, sup?
$2,350 in my name. I put my credit and my future on the line. My mom's eyes flashed. And you're throwing that in our faces? No, I said. I'm putting it back where it belongs. My dad stepped closer. Where are your parents? I looked at him and felt something settle into place. Clean. Final. You stopped being my parents the moment you voted my daughter out, I said. My mom's voice rose higher. We made the difficult decision for you. You made it for yourselves, I said. For Allison's studio. For your comfort. For control. My mom flinched like I'd said something obscene. You dumped my child at Stevens, I said. You told her I didn't want her. My dad's eyes flicked away for half a second. Good. You don't get access to Cora, I said. Not now. Not ever. My mom snarled. You can't keep her from us. I can, I said. And I will. Their voices climbed again. Accusations. Panic. Rage. I took one step back and nodded to the security guard now hovering in the hallway. I'm done. I said you've used your 5 minutes. My mom started to protest. Security stepped in. They were escorted out. Still shouting. Still trying to...
How the fuck is everybody?
But the roll was gone. I watched them disappear through the doors. Heart shaking. Slow.
Whew, that's gonna punch. Hey, you're a natural.
I thought the imps took all your weapons. You're still pretty well armed.
What, these? Plasma crackers I had stashed away. Never thought I'd have to use them. All right, now we wait.
No double shifts. The kind of schedule that fits motherhood. The house held too many memories, so I rented it out about $2,850 a month and used the income to live comfortably on part-time work.
You hear that?
Convoy's coming. Get in position. Once they come through, I'll blow the mines. Then we start blasting.
Don't get out in the open! Use the shield on those heavy weapons! That'll get the blood pumping! They got him! Let's check on the weapons.
Grab the back techniques.
Spoke too soon.
Reinforcements coming.
I see him!
Go to one.
Give me a break! Blast him!
Heard that statement in Iowa. They fired me at our housewarming party as a lesson, while 80 guests.
Not again! Take him out!
Then calmly activated the non-compete clause. Their $4.1 million client contracts transferred to me by midnight. Hash the housewarming. You're done.
I see him! I think that's all of them. Let's see if Rooster got her stuff. Oh, run!
Stood beside him with her phone out, recorded. The little red light was steady. You're terminated. Effective immediately. He raised his voice, playing to the crowd now, making sure everyone in the adjacent rooms could hear. Consider this a lesson, everyone. This is what happens when you get comfortable. When you stop hustling. When you think you're irreplaceable. My husband Reed appeared at my elbow, his hand finding the small of my bag. Colt, what the hell are you doing? Teaching, Colt said, drawing out the word like he was savoring it. He grabbed a wine glass from the counter and raised it in a mock toast. Brielle here thought she could coast. Thought because she landed a few accounts. She owned them. Well, guess what? You don't own anything. Mercer Holloway owns those contracts. I own those contracts. And starting Monday, Delaney's getting your desk, your clients, and your commission structure. Delaney Voss stood near the fireplace, trying to look surprised. She wasn't. Her shot was about as genuine as her highlights. Expensive, carefully constructed, and fooling absolutely no one who looked closely enough. I set the champagne bottle down carefully on the granite countertop.
Oh, I love the fact that I get this big gun.
But it's a good chunk.
Hey, your pet's kettle beast. What was his name?
Thumpo. He'd always thump his left tail on the ground when he was happy. He loved being out in the field like this. Me and him both.
So, you still out of the game?
You know, quiet life never really suited me. Thanks, Kay. You take good care of Nix, all right?
You know I will.
Hey, trophy earned experience outranks everything. I completed all expert quests. Total trophy progress is 45%.
46 years old, spray tan that stopped at his collar line, veneers that were just slightly too white, custom suit even at a casual Saturday evening party. He built the firm from nothing 12 years ago, landing pharmaceutical companies and medical device manufacturers as clients through sheer relentless aggression. He was smart, ruthless, and mean when he wanted to be. But he wasn't a lawyer, and he just made the biggest mistake of his professional life. Okay, I said. Just that, okay. Reed turned to me, confusion replacing some of the anger in his expression. Bree, it's fine, I said. I picked up the champagne bottle again, feeling its weight, the condensation cold against my palm. Who wants a drink? The confusion in the room was palpable, thick enough to taste. Colt's grin faltered for just a second, barely a flicker, then came back stronger. He thought I was in shock, playing tough. Denial? Maybe. Or just too stunned to process what had happened. That's it, he said, loud enough for the whole room. No begging, no tears. Would it change anything? I asked. Not a damn thing. Then I'll save us both the time. I poured champagne into my glass with steady hands, then filled Reed's. The bubbles rose and sparkled under the kitchen lights we'd spent 3 weekends installing. Enjoy the party, everyone. There's food in the dining room. The brisket is from Harlow City Smokehouse. It's really good. Colt stared at me like I'd just spoken Mandarin. Then he laughed, loud, performed, desperate for the audience to join him. A few people managed uncertain chuckles. See, this is what I mean. No fight. This is exactly why you're getting cut. People were murmuring now, their voices low and uncomfortable. Some were still filming. I saw our neighbor Presley near the doorway to the dining room, looking horrified, her hand pressed to her mouth. My college friend Shelby was already typing on her phone, probably texting someone about the drama unfolding in real time. Bryn stopped recording and tucked her phone away, looking satisfied with whatever footage she'd captured. Evidence, I thought distantly. She just created evidence. Colt clapped Reed on the shoulder with false camaraderie. Sorry, man, but business is business. She'll land somewhere. Maybe try real estate. I hear that's easy. Then he walked toward the living room, already holding court with a group near the windows, his voice carrying as he launched into what sounded like another lecture about competitive drive. Reed pulled me aside into the hallway, away from the main flow of people. What the fuck just happened?
Let's get moving.
He fired me. I know that, but why aren't you? He gestured vaguely at my face, my posture, my unnerving calm. Why are you so calm? I looked at my husband. We'd been together 6 years, married for 3. He knew me better than anyone. He knew I didn't do calm when I was hurt.
Chris, it's hot next.
I did strategic silence. I did ice cold plenty. Because, I said quietly, I need to make a phone call. I wasn't just in
God damn it.
Systems at $1.6 million.
Let's try.
Welcome back.
Hey, ND5.
The grandstanding, the taking credit, the way Colt talked over me at meetings and then called Garrett afterward to
plenty. Time to go.
Auxiliary engines online.
I asked carefully.
Okay. Who is Waka?
He was this mechanic guy who tried to steal the Trailblazer. Why?
He left extensive notes in the Trailblazers' logs. They show a clear obsession.
Not with me.
No, it seems they are too. The ship.
I mean, I could kind of understand that.
Why don't you go ahead and delete those?
Those are pirates, Kate. On our right.
On it!
We're hit.
Let's jump!
Yo, what's up, Fotis?
All good now.
Appreciate the bits.
Get ready!
Copy that, Kate. Good shot.
Yeah, son of a bitch. I figured that was going to be the case.
Good. I'll have the engagement letters in their inboxes in 20 minutes. Can you get them to sign tonight? I thought about Garrett, Clayton, and Savannah. All three had sent to call them the moment I was out. All three had been waiting for this. Yes. Then we're moving. By midnight, those contracts transferred to Cordray Strategic Partners. Colt won't even know until Monday when his clients don't show up. Holland, I paused, needing to ask, is this legal? All of it? Completely. He wrote the contract. He managed the relationships. He terminated you without cause in front of witnesses. This isn't revenge, Brielle. This is contract law. This is exactly what that clause was designed to protect.
See ya, ND5.
This file for the first time since Colt had opened his mouth. Do it. I came back downstairs.
Hang on tight.
Some people were leaving. Awkward goodbyes, sympathetic hugs, promises to call that might or might not materialize. Others were clustered around Colt. Tough leadership decisions, and sometimes you have to make the hard calls. Delaney was in the kitchen, already running new accounts to a small audience. I mean, it's a huge
Want to upgrade your chip? Need something particular?
Remember, but Colt, trust me, he knows I can handle Cordell and Whitlock. Brielle was good, but she wasn't aggressive enough. You need killer instinct in this industry. I walked past her to the fridge and grabbed a beer. She stopped talking mid-sentence when she saw me. Brielle, she said, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. I'm really sorry about tonight. I had no idea Colt was going to. Yes, you did, I said calmly. I twisted the cap off the beer, but it's
Thanks for
fine.
your business.
Congratulations on the promotion.
Hold on, Nick. Spot Danko was talking about. That cliff looks like a good place to hide out. Okay, Maze, let's stay out of sight.
Who has the power? Did it work? I smiled. What do you think? My phone buzzed at 11:47 p.m. Garrett Whitlock. Signed. Let's do this. Then, 2 minutes later.
Oh.
Don't panic.
What are you doing here?
You're panicking.
I told you I didn't need help.
Things have changed.
Whoa, this isn't just a simple handoff.
Correct. I intercepted some messages from Crimson Dawn. This will not be as easy as Delka promised.
Hey there, I'm meeting, but you already made a deal with Danka, and she sent me to collect.
Danka? Difficult fight. You're trying to double deal.
This'll be tough. Careful, ND5. Okay. Wasn't expecting them all to try and kill us. Thanks for the, help.
If you die, Jalen's gonna be mad. Now, let's get the fight knocked off once.
Huh?
The cloud cave. Check your speakers with the cloud.
Oh, come on. Since when does the dawn peep out?
We sat on the couch, my head on his shoulder, and I felt something unfamiliar. Peace. Not satisfaction, not triumph, just peace. Monday morning arrived like a storm I've been tracking for months, watching its approach, knowing exactly when it would make landfall. I didn't go to the Mercer Holloway office. Why would I? I wasn't employed there anymore. Instead, I drove to Harlow City, to the small office suite Holland had leased for Cordray Strategic Partners. 10th floor, corner unit, view of the Ashford River winding through downtown. It was just me and my laptop at first. I'd hire staff eventually. Maybe Shelby, who texted me Sunday night asking if I needed an upgrade.
Find anything.
But for now...
Yeah. It says they didn't bring it. They were just trying to pull one over on the Dawn.
Dawn's on bad intel.
The speeders were nice, though. Tons of aftermarket parts.
The Pikes have a chop shop nearby. Perhaps that's where they came from.
You think they left it there?
Their foreman was a known smuggler. It would not surprise me if he was behind this little plot.
I'll pay him a visit.
And I'll stay and take care of this mess. Tell me when you've recovered the bivalve, and I'll arrange a meeting with Doctor.
Thanks. You're pretty helpful.
Yes.
Okay, Nix. Let's go. Chop shop. Donka's merchandise better be here.
Mercer Holloway, according to LinkedIn stalking I absolutely did not do regularly, had laid off 40% of its staff. Delaney left after 6 weeks to join a competitor. Colt was still there, still posting motivational quotes on social media about resilience and comebacks and how adversity builds character. I didn't follow him, didn't think about it much at all. Reed and I hosted another party at the house at Redmond Falls, a proper one this time, with people who actually cared about us. Presley brought her husband in a casserole that was genuinely delicious. Shelby wrote branded spreadsheets for the business, because that was who she was. Garrett, Clayton, and Savannah all came. Curious to see the infamous household relocation.
In that chop shop.
This is where it happened.
Any idea where I should start?
If the foreman is behind this, I assume it's obvious.
Probably gonna figure that out myself.
She raised her glass in the exact same spot. Then here's to the dumbest thing Colt Hargrove ever did. I'll drink to that, Garrett said. We toasted, we laughed, and for the first time since that night, standing in my own kitchen, surrounded by people I trusted, I felt the last bit of tension leave my shoulders. Holland showed up late, still in a suit from court. Sorry I missed the speeches, she said, accepting a glass of wine from me. There weren't any speeches, I told her. Just drinks. Even better, she took a sip. How's business? Strong. We're projecting 30% growth next quarter. 2 new clients signed last week. And Colt. I haven't heard from him in weeks. His attorney sent one more threatening letter about a month ago. You shut that down.
Need a distraction, Nix.
Holland smiled. Good. That means he finally read the contract. Probably had to make different lawyers explain to him exactly how badly he'd screwed himself. I thought about that night. The shock on people's faces. The fun to the point. Colt's performative cruelty. I thought about the moment I said, said okay. Knowing what was coming. Knowing he just signed his own professional death warrant and didn't even realize it. You know, I said, what? He never saw it coming. He thought I was weak. Thought I'd beg or cry or fall apart in front of everyone. He had no idea idea I've been preparing for this for months. He thought he was teaching me a lesson about power. Instead,
Next, go get the Bacta.
that's because men like Colt don't think women like you are capable of strategic thinking. All instead, they see emotion and assume that's all there is. They don't realize that you can be kind and mean, that you can care about
Get that
people
Bacta,
and
Nix.
someone who underestimates you. Reed put his arm around me.
Come on, Nix.
Damn right I am, I said. We stayed up late that night, later than we should have on a weekday, but it felt important. Reclaiming that space, replacing the bad memory with something better, with laughter and celebration and people who actually gave a damn about us.
Get that open.
After everyone left and we'd done enough cleaning to feel virtuous, Reed and I stood on the back deck again, just like we had 3 months ago. You ever regret it? He asked, going nuclear like that. I thought about it, really thought about it. No, I said. Colt made his choice when he decided to humiliate me in front of everyone I know. He wanted to break me publicly. He wanted everyone to see me brought low. Instead, he freed me. He gave me exactly what I needed. A clear exit, witnesses, and a reason to stop feeling guilty about taking what was mine. You think he learned anything? Probably not. Men like that never do. They just find someone else to blame. Right now, he's probably telling himself I got lucky, that I stole from him, that he was the victim of some conspiracy. He'll never understand that he did this to himself. Reed pulled me closer. The night air was cool, carrying the scent of jasmine again. Well, I'm proud of you, for what it's worth. It's worth a lot, I said quietly. We stood there in the quiet, and I realized something. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even satisfied in that grim, vengeful way that feels good in the moment, but hollow later. I was just free. Free from Colt's ego, free from a job that undervalued me, free to build something that was actually mine, where I made the decisions and reaped the rewards. The contracts, the clients, the business, all of it was just paperwork. The real victory was standing here in my own home, with my husband, knowing I'd bet on myself and won, knowing I'd prepared carefully, acted strategically, and come out the other side stronger. Inside, my phone buzzed one last time. An email from Clayton Brenner with the subject line, new project, $780,000. You in? I smiled and pocketed the phone without answering. I'd respond tomorrow. Tonight, I was exactly where I needed to be. In my own house, on my own terms, free.
Alright.
I like the bikes, but it's a family business. You can't really get good money if you're not one of them. Just another job. Need a side hustle.
Get that blaster. Great.
Bikes are a safe bet. Pay on time, and they always have some sort of job that needs doing.
I'm rich, I won't have to do this.
Should be useful.
Sometimes I dream about running away and living in a hut. Wouldn't mind the solitude.
You're not paid enough for this.
Bike's up ahead. They don't look friendly.
job.
You know what a buddy of mine told me? That the cantinas might start charging a housing fee for criminals. Griff that.
Wreck that next.
Need a side hustle. Heard that the Pecks have a fortress on Obadiah. That's how you make a stake here. Need more power cells.
Someone around next. Let's blow that up.
Nothing. You ever seen something like this?
That worked. Very well.
Forget it.
Let's go.
They better get me my bonus this year.
You know where I'll be in 10 years? Sitting on a beach in Napa.
Grab the boom ball, Nix.
Swear I'm getting kind of sick and tired of going back to the same goddamn place like a million times to do shit. It is super annoying.
Disable that alarm, okay? All right. Nix, it's showtime. Hey, babe. All right, Nix, let's go get paid. Nice.
Nix, put on a show. Nix, the blaster. The blaster, quietly. Little more. Hey, buddy, hit that button.
I have been to this joint so often.
There, careful.
No reputational damage
ND5, I got the package.
with
Where
the
are you?
pikes off of this.
I said I got it. What else matters?
Pikes didn't see me. I got the item. And got out of the secure area with 0 alarm. Actually pretty damn good on my part. Again, I repeat, I suck at games that require that kind of stealth mechanic to be used so much. In this case, I did pretty damn good.
You're late, Kate. Doc is waiting.
What, are you worried?
No.
Okay.
No, but you try.
What?
Be careful. Doc is a broker, not a friend. She can't be trusted.
Getting out here. See you back at the ship.
Round 2, and I still like my odds. KVS. Back already. I told you she's fresh, but she's good.
Who's this?
Just a friend. Join us.
Job was more complicated than you said, Duncan.
You lived. Hey! These aren't toys. They're investments.
Wait. We haven't met. Don't really know many of you.
Stealing illegal contraband, running with syndicates. I could say you're a threat to the Empire. But I would have
Objection would kill me.
Smart.
My score said so. You want to put a memento? Yes.
I'll take the bribe here, I think.
Nice friends.
Might help get the Imperials off my ass.
Didn't like that either. So I swiped one of the pearls from that thing.
78 seconds after placing Derek in handcuffs.
Sorry about that, kid, but I need one more thing before we close this deal.
What? Danka, this was already way harder than you said.
Then how about I give you a little bonus? I gotta head back to Urbana. Meet me at McCall's.
I see you're back.
Hey there, 95.
I woke up from a coma to an
Time to get out of here, Andy.
Diagnostics are clean then.
What was that?
Some sort of organic material. He seems to be enjoying it.
Great. Guess I'll clean that up later.
I'm taking you down.
Hang on!
I copy, Kenny. Turret activated, Kenny. Taking fire. Left flank.
Where to go?
Just father said he'd pick me up at 8:30. He didn't come. I waited 45 minutes, calling his cell.
You fucking prick.
She didn't hesitate. Stay inside, baby. I'm coming. It was pouring. The kind of Connecticut March storm that turns roads into rivers. My mother drove her sedan out into it because her 12-year-old was standing alone in the storm while me and her husband went dancing with storm. She never made it. A pickup truck hydroplaned through a red light on Route 106. She was pronounced dead at Stanford Hospital at 9:47 p.m. My father arrived an hour later. I was sitting in a plastic chair in the hallway, still wearing my recital dress. He stood over me. He didn't kneel. He didn't hold me. He said, "Your mother drove out of that storm because of you." My grandmother, Eleanor, held me at the funeral 3 days later and whispered, "Your mother made sure you'd be taken care of." I didn't understand what she meant. I was 12 and had just learned that love could be a thing you get punished or needed. Diane Mercer entered our lives 2 years later, polished in a way my mother never tried to be. Within 6 months, she moved in. Within a year, we were married. Within 2, everything that had been my mother's was gone.
Okay, there.
Then the piano.
Yeah, what's this about?
No, I'm not mad. I'm impressed.
No idea what you're talking about.
You took a pearl, kid. Now I like you, so here's some free advice. That pearl is influence. The smart play is to give it to Ashiga or the Dawn. They both want it. I'll broker the deal, even tell them it's from you. Just don't pull a stunt like this again.
You've done enough. So I did. 16 years. That's how long I carried that sentence like a stone. It shaped everything. Why I didn't fight for my bedroom. Why I didn't push back when the piano disappeared.
Pokemon's out.
Down the partial scholarship and went to a cheaper nursing program because my father said, nursing is fine for someone with your limitations. I believed him. Because when you're told at 12 that you caused the worst thing that ever happened to your family, you spend the rest of your life
Give it to the Ashiga. I'm sure they'll want the whole set.
Great. I'll tell them it was lost and you found it. See you later, Kay. You know where to find me.
I didn't see the box truck run the My heart stopped once in the ER and they brought me back. My father was cold, still listed as my emergency contact, a detail I never updated because some part of me still believed he'd come. He came once, week 1. Grant told me later that Harold stood in the doorway, looked at the machines, and said, "This is going to be expensive." Then he left. Week 2, only Grant visiting. Week 3, no one. And then I woke up to that note. But here's the thing. A week before the accident, while packing old things from my closet, I found a torn envelope at the bottom of a carton I'd taken from the Greenwich attic years ago. It had my name on it, my old address, and a logo I didn't recognize. Some bank or financial firm. The letter inside was gone. Just the envelope, ripped open and empty. I tossed it aside. Waking up from a coma isn't like the movies. It's slow, foggy. My throat was raw from intubation. My left wrist was in a cast. I turned my head and saw the empty visitor chair. Wilted carnations on the windowsill. The complaints were for size for $12. A nurse named Linda told me I'd been unconscious for 22 days. Has anyone been here? She hesitated. A woman came by about a week ago, signed some discharge of responsibility paperwork, and told us to forward all future bills to you directly. She brought those flowers. She seemed in a hurry. Diane, I held that note and cried for an hour. Not because they'd left. Some part of me always knew they would. I cried because I finally understood.
Hi,
They
Andy.
were never really
Hello,
there.
Kate.
The memories came in waves. My nursing school graduation. I finished.
We're off.
Thrust vectors are optimal.
Months in advance.
I'd feel luckier if that BX unit didn't have orders to blast me if I don't follow through.
Sure. I mean, besides all that.
Then, yeah, very lucky, Adik. Get ready!
We're ready.
All right! Whip it head!
let's rock it.
Never thought I'd say it. But VX commandment turned criminal enforcer.
I have years of battle experience, mastered hundreds of tactical protocols, and have perfect aim with a blaster. What would you do if you were me?
Okay, yeah. That's fair.
I think I'll take it. For her life, we've made the painful decision to step back for her own good, and at the end, her mother would be ashamed. He wrote that about me, the daughter lying in a hospital bed. Diane's contribution was subtler, a comment on the family's private Facebook group. We tried everything. Sometimes you just have to let them fall asleep.
Hold on!
Good to go, Kay. Blaster said overheating.
I'm on it!
Good job. We're taking damage. From the left.
Yeah, I hear
Is
you!
operational. The enemy ship will call for reinforcements, Kay.
I know! Okay, that wasn't so bad.
Keep sharp, Kay. We've got pirates.
I found papers in Dad's office once. In the bottom drawer he keeps locked. They had a logo, some trust or financial company. Started with something like that.
I'll see you later in the
Listen up, we've got reports of a suspicious freighter moving through Kajiti space. Be on the lookout for a young woman with dark hair. She is armed and dangerous.
The room tilted. I grabbed the bed rail. Mr. Calloway, I need you to tell me everything. Your mother anticipated this possibility. Miss Andrews. That's exactly why she made the trust irrevocable. 2 days later, Mr. Calloway walked into my hospital room carrying a brown leather briefcase. Behind him was Thomas Whitfield, senior fiduciary officer, the man in the gray suit. Well, Navy. Close enough. Calloway sat in the visitor chair, the first person to actually use it since I'd woken up. He opened his briefcase with a quiet may I, more courtesy than my father had shown me in a decade. Your mother, Margaret Ellis Andrews, established an irrevocable trust in 2008, 2 years before her death. You were the sole Whitfield placed 3 certified mail receipts on the table, each signed Diane Andrews. Your father didn't just forget about you, Karen, Calloway said quietly. He used what was yours to build what he thinks is his. The trust instrument had my mother's handwriting in the margins, small notes to her attorney, initials in blue ink. I traced one with my fingertip. She knew, I said, my voice crackling. She knew what he was. Your mother was a careful woman. She came to me before the marriage and said very clearly that she wanted her daughter provided for regardless of what happened. I thought about Eleanor at the funeral, whispering, your mother made sure you were taken care of. I was told. I thought she was talking about heaven. The tears came then, not the helpless crying from the night I woke up, but something deeper. I cried because my mother had loved me enough to plan for this. I cried because my father had hated me enough to hide it. And I cried because I'd spent 16 years apologizing for existing in a house that was mine. When I finally wiped my face, Calloway asked, what would you like to do? I looked at the deed, the trust papers, the stolen mail receipts. I want what's mine, and I want him to hear it from me. Calloway pulled out an embossed invitation, the Andrews Foundation Charity Gala. Harold was being honored. Then we need to talk about timing. Calloway laid it out. Harold had leveraged the Greenwich property, my property, as collateral for a $4.5 million commercial development deal. He'd submitted documentation claiming ownership, but the deed was in my mother's name, transferred to the trust.
You made it. I'm just here to make sure that Aang gets through this alive. Then I realized I have no idea what you get from this. I could tell you a story about growing up in Corellia and seeing the same tyranny here that I lived as a young thief. But there's no money in that story. The Queens handed Kajimi to the Empire, which means no room for anyone else. I help Krisk save the Hive, and Crimson Dawn gets in on the market. It's a bet, and I like Krisk's odds. Everybody wins, right?
Kuta Queen, Kala para Tijitsinka para Horkoka. Hunusa Simpkit, Shoot Bola Dunja Yuna, and Glasto no Lia Jabaka. Ja Queen Fancy Puris ha ona Jan Dopa Tibo Haba.
I'll shut him down. Got it.
Tagos. Tigrabahu ha Crispotita Takrisi. Shoot no Pamiki to Rigo Venta Chupa.
It'll be good practice for your little heist.
Chuba, about to check. Ota Chita Tinka Miki
Tell Jalen I say hello.
Which is most exclusive boutique hotel. I arrived at 8:15. Through the double doors,
Come on, next.
Christmas chandeliers, white lilies on every surface. Harold was on stage. Diane at the front table implied Valentino. The MC called him a philanthropist, a visionary, and above all, a devoted family man. Harold took the mic. He thanked the foundation. He thanked his beautiful wife, Diane. He thanked my son, Preston, who will carry the Andrews name forward. Then he said, this development project is built on land and assets that have been in my family for decades. Everything I have, I built with my own hands. I stood in the back of that ballroom next to Richard Calloway and Tom Whitfield.
I'm fine, really.
It was the last lie he'd tell in that room. I walked in. I wasn't dressed for a gala. A dark blazer over a white blouse. The nicest thing that fit over my cast. My hair in a low bun.
This place is huge.
Silver studs. I walked slowly.
Hold on tight, Nix. Looks like we've got a long climb ahead.
To my left, Whitfield to my right. Hands turned. Conversations paused. Someone whispered, is that Harold's daughter? Diane saw me first. The color drained from her face. Harold turned. His public face flickered. Then reset. Karen. His voice was warm. Projected. What a surprise. I didn't think you were well enough to be out. I'm standing. Dad, that's more than you planned for. The silence filled every corner of the room. Harold's smile tightened. This isn't the time or place, Karen. Why don't we step outside? You had 28 years to talk outside. You left me a note. Diane was already
Is something there?
toward us. Karen, sweetie, you've clearly been through a lot. Maybe you should sit down. I turned to her. Diane, I'd like you to explain to everyone here why you signed for certified mail addressed to me 3 times and never told me. The hand on my arm went Richard.
Hey, and 5? You think Krisk is wrong to work with Crimson Dawn?
As opposed to the Queen making deals with the Empire.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like the Ashiga are free in either case.
No, and I don't think Krisk realizes she's not the one in control.
My client, your daughter, is the sole beneficiary of a trust you were legally obligated to disclose to her 6 years ago. Shall we continue here, Mr. Andrews, or would you prefer to step outside? Harold chose to stay. Of course he did. Men like Harold don't leave rooms. That was his second mistake. This is absurd, Harold said. My late wife didn't have a trust. Whatever this woman has told you, this woman
We need those turrets shut down, or the Hive's future is lost.
Right. No pressure.
Harold glanced at the documents. His expression shifted just for a
Thought
second.
something next?
From contempt to recognition. He knew those papers. He'd known all along. At the VIP table, a tall man stood up. Hargrove, a senior officer at First Capital Regional. Harold, is the property you submitted as collateral the same property referenced in these documents? Harold's mouth opened, closed, opened again. Preston leaned forward. Dad, what's going on? That house is mine, Harold said, but his voice had lost something. Living in a home and owning it, Calloway said quietly, are two very different things, Mr. Hendricks. Hargrove walked over. His face controlled.
Let's do this.
Mr. Hendricks, is the property you pledged to security itself in an irrevocable trust?
So, Andy, this, hive thing, how does it work?
It's the foundation of Molito culture. Everyone obeys the queen and puts the clan's needs over their own.
Oh, that's it?
Yes. Did you think the queen controls them telepathically?
What? No. Of course not.
You told me the house was yours. You told me the papers were handled. I signed those letters because you told me to. You said it was all you. 200 people had just heard Diane admit Harold had instructed her to intercept my mail. I could have stopped there. The deal was done. The truth was out. But there was one more thing. The document I've been carrying in my blazer since
We're in position. What's your progress?
I said,
Still making my way through this cave.
Just be careful. We need those turrets shut down, or the Hive's future is lost.
Right. No pressure.
For 16 years, every time I questioned you, every time I pushed back, you bring it up. Everything was absolutely still.
So, Andy, this, hive thing, how does it work?
It's the foundation of Molito culture. Everyone obeys the queen and puts the clan's needs over their own.
Oh, that's it?
Yes. Did you think the queen controls them telepathically?
What? No, of course not.
Cover your own guilt. Harold's mouth moved, but no sound came out. Behind him, Grant was staring at the floor, tears running down his face. Preston sat frozen. Alliance tonight, I said. What happened next? I didn't expect. Grant stood up. He'd been silent all evening, the way he always was. Present, but invisible. The second son who never challenged Harold. But he stood up, wiped his face, and walked away from our father's table toward me. He stopped in
Looks
front of me.
like
His
the wall's
voice
right
cracked.
above.
I knew.
Just a
Not
bit
everything,
further.
but enough. I knew there were papers Dad was hiding. I knew something was wrong about the way he told me that wrong, and I was too scared to say anything.
Smell something, Betty?
Corey, I'm sorry. I should have been braver. I should have been your brother. Harold's voice cut across the room. Grant, sit down. Grant turned to face him. My 26-year-old brother, who never once disobeyed Harold in his life, looked at our father and said very quietly, "No, Dad, I'm done sitting down." Diane reached for Grant's arm. He pulled away. He intercepted her mail. "Diane, don't touch me." Grant came and stood beside me. His hand brushed mine, just briefly, the way you reach for someone when you want them to know you're there. A few guests set down their napkins. One couple walked to our side of the room, then another. Not many, maybe 8, 10 people, but enough. Harold Andrews sat down, not dramatically. He simply pulled out a chair at the nearest empty table and sat. His suit was still pressed, his hair still in place, but something behind his eyes had gone dark, like a house where someone had turned off all the lights. He didn't speak, from a man who controlled every room he ever lived. And then silence said, without any condition, Diane was already gone, her Valentino dress disappearing through the service exit, heels clicking double time. Preston followed 3 seconds later, phone to his ear. Calloway spoke briefly to one of Hargrove's associates and handed over a card. Quiet, professional, final. I looked at my father one more time. He was sitting alone at a table set for 10. The champagne was still cold. The program on his plate still read, "Honoring Harold Andrews, a legacy of leadership." I thought about saying something. Some final sentence that would close the book on 28 years, but I didn't. There was nothing left to say. I turned and walked out, my brother beside me. I thought I'd feel triumph. I didn't. What I felt was a riot, like a room after a storm. Here's what happened in the 3 months after that night. Calloway filed a trust transfer petition. Because the trust was irrevocable, the process was clean, delayed only by the documentation Harold's side tried to throw at it. By early June, I had full control. The investment account, now valued at $2.13 million, and the $10 to $14 million lane. I gave Harold 30 days to vacate. It was more than he gave me. First Capital wanted a $4.5 million
Time to prep the explosive.
A new team. A first badge that says C Andrews. RN.
I wasn't honestly sure I'd make that last jump.
Detonators in place. Okay. Walls down. That explosive protected my touch. Only to you, eh?
Silver frame.
Is the path clear?
That joker.
It's clear.
For the first time in 16
Then
years.
we're moving in. Go shut down those turrets, Kane.
16 years apologizing for existing.
Sneak over and get
my mother's version of the story. That I was the reason my mother died. That I deserved less. That I should be grateful for whatever crumbs the family table offered. I built my entire identity around being sorry. The day I stopped was the day I started living. If you're still here, thank you. Not for watching, for listening. There's a difference, and it matters. I don't know what your version of that note on the nightstand looks like. Maybe it's a text that was never returned. Maybe it's a door that was never opened. Maybe it's a silence that stretched so long you started to think it's normal. I don't know your story, but I know this. You are not the story someone else wrote about you. You are not the name they called you at the dinner table, or the chair they didn't set, or the mail they intercepted before you could read it. I didn't win because I was smarter or louder. I won because my mother thought ahead, and because one morning in a hospital bed, holding a note that said good luck, I decided I was done being sorry. My mother left me more than money. She left me proof that someone once thought I was worth protecting, and that was
Trophy earned. Adventure and excitement. I discovered all planet areas. Total trophy progress, 47%.
always have everything. And now, for the first time,
What do you see?
Someone around next. All right, Nix. Nice and quiet now. Let's not raise any alarms. Chris, I'm in. Now I just need to find the terminal.
Good. We're approaching the courtyard. When those turrets go down, we'll seize the throne.
What's going on? Why don't we get up there and fight? Well, we must be ready. They could get down here any moment.
Wreck that terminal, Nix. All right, then.
Nix, attack.
That didn't go exactly how I planned, but close enough.
An energy barrier. Gotta be a way to shut that down.
Hold on. Nix, get that button over there.
There we go. There. Finally, let me get the fucking ladder. Jesus.
See something?
as a police officer.
You're an embarrassment to our name. Jessica isn't ignored an interview. Stay away from successful people. 30 minutes later, she walked into my boardroom. Welcome to Titan Industries, Miss Brooks. The morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my corner office as I reviewed the final interview schedule for today's senior marketing director position.
Okay, Chris, charts are down.
Yellow by my assistant.
Then we will move through the courtyard and seize the throne room.
Right, and I'm gonna head out.
Family? Who was them cuddle kid?
Let me guess. You're gonna blow a hole in a wall.
Я бы выехал сказал, а ты мало пада. Нина вата уама нага.
All right, on my way.
I don't even know what that is. Thought you said life was too short for long fuses.
Notice no baba to food. So pada mucha jaya sigando. Here's a work of gobas cheche, but a cheap heal the kid. Ubanaga
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Jessica had been trying to get an interview with us for 8 months. I thought back to this morning's confrontation in Mom's kitchen. I'd stopped by to drop off a birthday gift for Dad, a first edition of his favorite novel that had cost more than Jessica's monthly rent, though I let them assume it was a used copy from a bookstore. Only 20 or so ago, Jessica had asked, looking perfectly put together in her interview suit, "Don't you have a coffee shop to run or something?" The coffee shop. That was her latest theory about my income source. She noticed that I spent a lot of time at various cafes with my laptop and concluded that I must work for one of them. The idea that I might be running business meetings or managing a global empire from those quiet corners had never occurred to her. Just dropping off Dad's gift, I said, placing the wrapped book on the counter. Right. Well, I hope you're not planning to hang around. I have the most important interview of my life today, and I can't afford any complications. Complications. Jessica had turned to face me fully, her expression cold and calculated. Sophia, you're an embarrassment to our name. You're 31 years old, no real career, no savings, no prospects. The last thing I need is for anyone to know we're related. Mom had tried to intervene. Jessica, that's harsh. No, Mom, it needs to be said. We've all been tiptoeing around this for years.
We're pinned down!
Little bitch.
I do that?
It's intended to bring the power to the system. Just release it and bring it here.
And that's the origin strand. So what would Crimson Dawn even do with this? I mean, right now I'm holding it.
Three of the most respected names in digital marketing, all waiting to meet the candidate and somehow secured a personal interview with the CEO. Remind me why you're conducting this interview personally. Sarah asked as we reviewed Jessica's portfolio. We've hired dozens of marketing directors without CEO involvement. Special circumstances, I replied. Trust me, this one requires a personal touch. At exactly 2 p.m., Lawrence Lewis paid myself at the head of the table, back to the door, ostensibly
We're getting there. So you're in?
Please come in. The interview panel is ready for you. I heard Jessica's confident heels clicking against the hardwood floor as she entered the room.
Hey, Eddie.
Her voice, when she
got
carried that perfectly professional tone.
It's just... Europe played us all, didn't she?
Kira started a syndicate war to pit her rivals against each other. This is what seizing power looks like, Gary.
Can't be fair at her. Syndicates, imps, even those rebels. They just...
Use people.
Yeah, it's like they can't help themselves.
Yes. Do what you need to get out with Hank, but don't trust Kira to have your back.
The transformation was extraordinary. Her confident smile froze, then cracked, then disappeared entirely. The color drained from her cheeks as if someone had opened a valve. Hello, Jessica, I said calmly, extending my hand for a professional handshake. Welcome to Titan Industries. I'm Sophia Brooks, Chief Executive Officer. The silence that followed was profound. Jessica's hand hung limply in mine, her mouth opening and closing without producing sound. Her carefully prepared introduction dissolved into stunned silence. Please have a seat, I continued, gesturing to the chair directly across from me. We're excited to learn more about your background and qualifications. Jessica sank into the chair like her legs had stopped working. Her eyes darted around the room, taking in the display showing our company's impressive metrics, the view of the city skyline, the obvious markers of success and power that surrounded her. I don't understand, she finally managed. What don't you understand?
There it is.
You hold the design of 1,000 generations, all planned out by our ancestors.
And with you out of the way, the Hive will finally have a future. Mother.
You insolent child. Crimson Dawn has turned you against your own. They will tear our clan apart and leave you the scraps. Our future will end with me.
No, you did this. You started us down this path, chaining our future to the Empire. I serve no one, and you leave me no choice. The origin strand.
Despite her shock, her professional competence was She knew marketing strategy, understood consumer psychology, and could articulate.
These guys are a brand new race to me in Star Wars lore. I am versed pretty well in a lot of things with Star Wars. This is something new to me, so I can't give a history or anything. But what I will do I will let you in chat decide my course.
We're seeing engagement rates of 89% and conversion rates of 43%.
Do I give the strand to Krisk, the daughter heir, princess of the clan? Or do I give it to the queen?
The challenge hung in the air. Jessica looked around the table, clearly realizing that this interview had become about more than just a job. This was
One for Krisk, one for the queen mother.
need to understand your proprietary systems better, she said carefully. But yes, I believe I could learn and contribute to this approach. Learn from whom? I asked quietly. The question's implications were clear. If she got this job, she'd be learning from me. The sister she called an embarrassment. The family failure who'd somehow built one of the most successful companies in the industry. Jessica met my eyes for the first time since recognizing me. From you, I suppose. From me, I confirmed. The Harvard dropout. The family embarrassment. The sister with no real career, no savings, no prospects. The other panel members exchanged glances, beginning to understand the undercurrents of this conversation. Marcus cleared his throat. Perhaps we should discuss the position requirements in more detail. Actually,
Take about 3 minutes or so.
Recess. Jessica, would you mind stepping outside for a moment? There are some materials in the lobby you might find interesting. She nodded mutely.
And make a choice.
Once the door closed, Sarah turned to me with raised eyebrows. Your sister. My sister, I confirmed. The one who told me this morning that I was an embarrassment to the family name and should stay away from successful people. David whistled low. That's awkward, is it? I pulled up Jessica's performance metrics from our research department. Look at these numbers. She's genuinely talented. Her strategies are solid, her execution is flawless, and her results speak for themselves. But, Marcus prompted, but she spent 5 years treating me like a failure without ever bothering to ask what I actually do for a living. I walked to the window, looking down at the busy street 44s below. She assumed the worst about me and never questioned those assumptions, even when evidence suggested otherwise. What kind of evidence? Sarah asked. I smiled slightly. I pay for Dad's medical treatments. I bought Mom's car when hers broke down. I've been anonymously funding Jessica's nephew's private school tuition for 2 years. She's benefited from my success while simultaneously condemning me for my supposed lack of it. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. So what's the plan? Marcus asked. Hire her and make her work for the sister she belittled? That seems potentially problematic for workplace dynamics. Or, David suggested, don't hire her and let her wonder for the rest of her life how different things might have been. I considered both options. Through the glass wall, I could see Jessica in the lobby, staring at the awards display showcasing Titan's achievements over the past 5 years. She was reading each plaque carefully, probably trying to understand how her failure of a sister had built something this impressive. There's a third option, I said finally. We hire her, but not for the position she applied for. What do you mean? Sarah asked. I turned back to the group. She applied for senior marketing director, reporting to Sarah. Instead, we offer her a position as special assistant to the CEO, reporting directly to me. Marcus grinned. That's either brilliant or sadistic. Maybe both. But here's the thing. She's genuinely talented. And despite everything, she's still my sister. This could be an opportunity for both of us to learn something. Learn what? David asked. She could learn that success comes in many forms, and that judging people by appearances is a dangerous game. I could learn whether our relationship can survive the truth about who I really am. Sarah nodded slowly. And if it doesn't work out, then at least we'll both know we tried. 20 minutes later, Jessica returned to the conference room. Her composure was better, but I could see the questions burning in her eyes. Jessica, I began, after reviewing your qualifications and discussing your background with the team, we'd like to make you an offer. Her face brightened with hope and confusion. An offer? Not for the senior marketing director position you applied for, I continued. For something different. Her expression fell slightly. Oh, we'd like to offer you the position of special assistant.
Hello, Wai Chi? I don't know how you want your name pronounced. It's spelled rather oddly. But I gotta get up. Check. Okay. So welcome. Check. We have a decision to make. Do I give the DNA strand to Krisk or to the Queen? I have to get up and go use the restroom, grab some coffee. I'm leaving this decision to chat. 1 for Krisk,
appearance of success. The room
2 for the Queen.
Jessica's internal struggle was visible on her face. Professional ambition warring with personal pride. Opportunity conflicting with the awkwardness of the situation. What would the compensation
Yeah,
be?
well, I don't tend to listen to Gen Z.
Slid a folder across the table. The offer details are all there. I think you'll find the package quite competitive. Jessica opened the folder and her eyes widened. The salary
And there's no way you're older than me, Check.
plus
I mean, I'm 47, and I'm not a boomer. I'm Gen X.
annual rent. This is generous, she said carefully. We pay for excellence.
I'm the generation that just honestly doesn't give a fuck.
To work with someone you called an embarrassment this
Oh, there's...
the directness of the question.
Even if you are turning 50, you're still not a boomer.
But she didn't look away. I was wrong, she said quietly.
My sister, my eldest adopted sister is 55, and she's Gen X.
You were wrong about my potential.
You realize that Gen X goes all the way back to like 1961.
Considered this for a long moment.
You're 3 years older than I am, sir.
Are you brave enough to find out?
You are Gen X.
Looked around the table one more time. When her gaze returned to me, something had
You'd have to be like 70 at this point,
Monday if you accept
or around 70 years old to be a boomer. That's just the way it lays out, my friend.
Industries, Jessica. I think this is going to be a very educational experience.
All right, but like I said, I want you to think about it.
Her smile seemed genuine. As the interview panel disbanded and Jessica left to complete her hiring paperwork,
I don't know anything about the clan or the species. This is not something with Star Wars with which I am familiar at this point, so I can't say anything that might help sway the choice in terms of species and clan background or whatever.
and if she can't handle working for the sister she
But that's just me.
she'll learn something
So
about herself.
I will be gone for several minutes.
I paused.
Bathroom, coffee.
City skyline where
I'll be back.
around our building.
By the time I get back, type 1 in chat for Krisk or 2 for the Queen.
3 months later, I stood in the same conference.
Oh, I'm a hardcore fan of Star Wars. I don't know this species.
Her presentation was flawless.
Like, I know nothing about them. I mean, I'm fairly versed in Star Wars lore, both what they consider Disney canon, which is kind of fucking trash, to be honest, and what Disney has now designated Legends canon. I've read a shit ton of stuff about Star Wars. Like, I know a lot. Just these guys are brand new to me. I don't know if they've been in anything else and I just missed them, or like if they haven't, if they're new to, if they were created specifically for the game. Like, I don't know where they come from in terms of Star Wars stuff. So, whatever. But like I said, bathroom, coffee, be right back. 1 in chat for Chris, 2 for the Queen. While I'm gone, type your choice. I refuse to influence the choice.
Maintaining strictly professional interactions during our integration period. Good presentation. I said, closing my laptop. Thank you. I've been learning a lot about the intersection of technology and consumer psychology. Learning from. I asked, echoing my question in her interview. This time, her answer came without hesitation. From the smartest CEO I've ever worked with, who happens to be my sister. I studied her face, looking for traces of resentment or embarrassment that had clung her head.
Okay, I feel better. I am back.
A revolutionary system that would transform digital marketing across industries. The announcement was
I left this decision to chat with zero moderation of my own to sway the choice. But you are correct in saying that I think the game is trying to convince you to give it to Krisk, just specifically because Krisk is making a claim that she hasn't necessarily substantiated, that her mother, the Queen, has basically sold the hive to the Empire. The accusation is there. I mean, it said it during this build-up sequence to this confrontation. She claimed, though no proof was given to substantiate that claim, she claimed that her mother had sold her clan, her people, her planet to the Empire. But we can't prove that. That's kind of my problem with Chris's story. She makes a pretty severe allegation, a very severe accusation, but she doesn't provide proof to substantiate her allegation or accusation. Whereas the Queen has demonstrated that she's selfish, arrogant, ruthless, cunning. Like, she demonstrates qualities of leadership. My problem is that I'm not sure how much she actually applies those leadership qualities to being an actual leader versus maintaining her position of power within the hive.
Now I understand that the sister I thought was aimless was actually building something extraordinary. And you understand
Because there's a difference, very distinctive, between using leadership qualities to just maintain your position of power within a societal structure, like a family, a clan, a business, etc., versus having leadership qualities and using those to actually lead whatever you're leading, whether it's your family, whether it's a business, a clan, a criminal enterprise, like what have you. But there is that distinctive difference between the leadership plan, the leadership of a group, and using your leadership qualities to be a good leader versus using them to just benefit yourself mostly and maintain your position of authority and power within that group structure. I mean, I can't say necessarily that the Queen is abusing her leadership to just maintain her position. I can say that based on what I've seen of this species and of the Queen herself, I think that it's a very distinctive possibility that's what she's doing. I'm not sure she gives 100% to actually fully leading her clan, but I can't say that I've seen definitive proof that that's correct. I don't know. So there are pros and cons about the Queen maintaining leadership, but there are pros and cons about giving Chris the DNA stuff and basically giving her the leadership. Which is why I'm not trying to personally influence chat's decision on this. I want chat to make this decision. I want you guys to tell me definitively, do I give it to the princess or the queen?
I attended the wedding of my son, whom I raised as a single father, but my nameplate said low-educated fake dad. The bride's highly educated family burst out laughing. But when I tried to leave my son, say, Dad, let's go home. The next day, an unbelievable thing happened at their company. The wedding invitation sat on my kitchen counter for 3 weeks before I could bring myself to open it. Not because I didn't want to.
I don't use AI stuff for that kind of thing. I'm leaving this entirely to chat.
My name is Robert Hayes. I'm 52 years old, and for the past 28 years, I've worked as a...
I'll give you about one more minute
It's not glamorous work. I fix broken machines.
to make that decision. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and do it. I don't want to, but I can.
Same as I have since Tyler was 2 years old, and his mother walked out the door without looking back. That morning, she left. Angela didn't even pack a bag. Just grabbed her purse, looked at me holding our sleeping son, and said 5 words that would define the next...
So, princess or queen, who gets the DNA?
The divorce papers arrived by mail 2 weeks later, along with custody documents that gave me full parental rights. She didn't want shared custody, didn't want visitation.
All right.
Completely and permanently. So, I became both mother and father to a 2-year-old boy while working full-time at a factory that paid just enough to keep us afloat. I learned to cook macaroni and cheese 50 different ways. I became an expert at patching...
That is time then. We'll give it to Chris and let her...
You don't speak for the Hive anymore.
Eventually, I'm gonna have to replay this and choose the queen just to see what happens. Well, that was vicious. Jesus.
I speak for the Hive.
Let's go next.
Good God almighty. I didn't necessarily expect her to just blatantly murder her mother. Fucking Christ.
Look, I know.
I mean, I can't say I'm entirely surprised that she murdered her mom.
This is what it takes. It doesn't matter, does it?
I've read a lot,
And setting them against each other.
and oftentimes in cultures like the Asigas, when leadership changes, it's usually through like some sort of a coup and there's violence involved, where if the coup succeeds, the new leader murders the old one to solidify immediate control as a show of strength. So I'm not surprised it happened, but I wasn't necessarily expecting it either.
You're valuable to the fight, Kane. You just don't see it yet.
Like, the Killings in Star Wars. If I remember correctly, they do something similar. They have a similar thing as part of their culture. Trophy earned, one job at a time. I completed all the main quests on Kajimi. Total trophy progress is now 48%.
At the head table, Tyler and Vanessa sat surrounded by the bridal party, all of them laughing and toasting with champagne that came in bottles I couldn't pronounce. I found my seat at table 14, tucked behind that column, and that's when I saw it. Each place setting had a nameplate, elegant cards with calligraphy announcing each guest. Most said simple things. Dr. Richard Morrison for Vanessa's uncle, Judge Patricia Anderson for a family friend, Director James Walsh for one of Charles Morrison's colleagues. My nameplate sat in front of me like a slap across the face.
You settling in, Ang? Well, let me know if you need anything.
He's
Oh, that's good. How's he gonna pay for that?
Absolutely disgraceful. Who would do such a thing? I looked toward the head table. Vanessa's mother, Patricia Morrison, was watching our table with a smile that could only be
Now we just need to find the best slicer in the galaxy.
We have several candidates. Initiate Project Deadfall. Today. 3, 4,
Indeed.
D.
Cascading systems failure. Best guess? He needs a compound regulator, but he's a museum piece.
Jay, what's happening? I can't see.
I hate to have to say this, but isn't he programmed to blast you if we go against Jalen's plans? This is your chance.
No. Try again.
Okay. There's an old factory from the Clone Wars. We need to talk to Temme. Now, okay.
I thought raising Tyler, loving him, being there for every scraped knee and bad dream and proud moment made me his real father. But to these people, I was just low-educated maintenance worker and worse, a fake dad. The insult got deeper than anything Angela had done when she abandoned us. At least she'd been honest about not loving me a mother. These people were telling me that everything I'd given Tyler for 28 years didn't count because I didn't have the right credentials, the right job, the right background. I need to get out of here, I said quietly, standing up. Dad. Tyler's voice cut through the noise of the reception. I turned to see him walking toward me, and I realized he'd seen the nameplate. His face was pale, his jaw tight with an emotion I couldn't quite read. Tyler, I'm sorry, I said quickly. I don't want to ruin your wedding. He looked at the nameplate in my hand, then at his new in-laws at the head table. Patricia Morrison was still watching us with that satisfied smile. Charles had turned back to his conversation with the judge, already dismissing us. Tyler took the nameplate from my hand and read it slowly. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with tears. Dad, let's go home. What? No. Tyler, this is your wedding. You can't leave your own wedding. Watch me. He turned to the head table and raised his voice. Vanessa, we need to talk now. The reception went quiet. 300 guests stopped eating, drinking, talking.
Jalen still wants to talk.
Vanessa stood up slowly.
Jalen.
Crossing her face.
Hey.
What's wrong? He held up
Andy 5 told me things got tough and could change.
Yeah, we got egg, but it was messy. Could have played it better.
You're not the first to be misled by Crimson Dawn. Kira's been shaking up the whole underworld. We just have to keep moving forward.
Yeah, right.
It's just a small joke. A bit of humor to
Good job out there.
A joke. Tyler's voice rose. You called my father fake. You insulted the man who raised me, who sacrificed everything for me, who taught me what real love and real commitment looked like.
Let's get moving, Andy.
Understood, Kay. Ready for attack, Jay.
We've been hit!
Right behind us. We're taking hits.
Apologizing for the fact that my father is the best man I've ever known, regardless of his education level or job title. Preston Morrison stood up, his face red. You're making a mistake, Tyler. Walking away from this family, from these connections. Do you have any idea what we can do for your career? I don't want anything you can do.
Turret is armed.
I'm on it.
The turret is active. Imperial cruiser is on us, Kay. Target your fire on their weak points.
We're hit.
Enemies on our tail. You've got their engines. Taking fire. The enemy ship is going to call for backup.
Yeah, I hear you.
The turret is all set. The turret is operational. On our left.
I know.
We're taking hits. Enemy behind us.
Shields online.
Turret armed and ready. To the right.
On it.
Are you? There you are.
The turret is all set. Nice job.
Massive table sat Charles Morrison, Patricia Morrison, 3 other partners I didn't recognize. I guess he was there too. Some from her parents' realized Charles Morrison said, standing when I entered, his voice was different from yesterday.
Spooling the hyperdrive.
More control. Thank you for coming. What's going on? I looked at Tyler. Are you
Punch it.
Get out of here. That was interesting, albeit very brief battle. I did take out 2 miniature capital ships, though. Not bad.
Every snide comment about your job, every time they suggested I should be embarrassed by my background. I recorded yesterday's conversation in the parking lot. Patricia explicitly stated that having a blue-collar father would limit my access to their social circle. That's illegal recording. Charles I'm within my rights. Ellen Rodriguez continued. Additionally, Tyler brought to my attention...
Alright, Pokeballs out.
Specifically because Charles Morrison believed it would reflect said quietly. It wasn't a joke, and it wasn't small. You deliberately humiliated the man who raised my husband. You used your position and money to make him feel worthless at what should have been a celebration. The firm has a reputation to maintain, Ellen continued. We represent clients from all socioeconomic backgrounds. We cannot have senior partners who demonstrate bias against blue-collar workers, who believe education and wealth determine a person's worth, or who use their positions to punish those they deem inferior. I sat there processing all of this. Tyler had gone to war with his new in-laws, had put their careers on the line, had potentially destroyed his marriage before it even started. Tyler, I said quietly, this is too much. You didn't need to do this. Yes, I did, Dad. He looked at me with absolute certainty. You spent 28 years fighting for me. It's time I fought for you. Ellen Rodriguez turned to me. Mr. Hayes, the firm would like to offer you a formal apology on behalf of these partners. Additionally, we're prepared to discuss compensation for the emotional distress caused by yesterday's incident. I don't want compensation, I said. I just want respect. You have it, Ellen said firmly. From this firm, from me, and from everyone in this room who understands that being a good father has nothing to do with degrees or job titles. The meeting continued for another hour, working through details and next steps, but I stopped listening closely. I was watching Tyler and Vanessa across the table. They weren't sitting together, but they kept glancing at each other, and I could see something passing between them. Hurt, yes, but also understanding. Finally, Ellen adjourned the meeting. Charles and Patricia left without speaking, their humiliation complete. The other partners offered polite goodbyes. Eventually, it was just me, Tyler, Vanessa, and Ellen. Tyler, Vanessa said softly, can we talk privately?
Kadik, just tell me this factory's closed.
Go ahead, son.
I wish I could.
Actually,
Only Tevin knows what it is.
Mr.
You're
Hayes,
wasting
could I
your
speak
time.
with you for a moment in my office? I followed her down another corridor to a corner office that was somehow both impressive and welcoming. Ellen gestured
Just
to me.
save your
Mr.
energy,
Hayes,
okay?
I'd like to apologize personally, not just for what happened at the wedding.
So, what do we do if Temin can't help him?
Not a whole lot. ND5 is no good. He needs a compound regulator from an electrical EX power unit. Please, continue to talk like I'm not here.
Yesterday was unacceptable when it happened because I didn't pay enough attention to the warning signs. She pulled out a folder. I've been reviewing Tyler's company. His work is exceptional. The firm should have been
Nothing
grateful
here.
to contract with him, not using his background as a reason to deny him opportunities. Tyler's brilliant, I said. Always has been. He got that from his mother's side. Angela was smart, just couldn't handle the responsibility of parenthood.
This is it.
From what I've seen, he got his work ethic and determination from his father's side. Those qualities are worth more than any degree. We talked for a few more minutes about nothing in particular.
Listen, kid, just tell me where I can find K-Vest.
How about you just walk away instead?
Kay! Well, this should be an easy death mark.
Uh-huh. Have you met my battle droid?
You think Sarah Besh is afraid of that rust bucket?
Hey, indeed. You almost clipped me.
A working PX unit? I've only seen them in pieces.
He's not going to be working for long. His power core is failing.
And I heard you know where we can get a new one.
Well, I was trying to keep it a secret. But come on, I'll show you.
Completely, inexcusably wrong. But Tyler's right about what matters. I fell in love with him.
You'll find the factory through the catacombs. You'll believe half the stuff I find out there.
Made me ashamed. Your parents are facing serious consequences.
I don't know who decided to build Mira on top of a graveyard.
It's an efficient design. But that doesn't mean Tyler and
I don't like you when you're busted.
Something better. 3 weeks later, we held a small ceremony in my brother Dean's backyard. 50 guests, most of them working.
So the way to the factory starts in your basement.
Why do you think I bought this place?
Who organized everything with military precision and maternal love. The cake came from Martinez Bakery, where I bought birthday cakes from.
Now, it's almost monsoon season, so my usual way is flooded, but hey, you'll figure it out, right?
We have to. Thanks, Temin.
Tyler gave a speech that made everyone cry. He talked about the difference between showing up and showing off, between real wealth and real worth. He thanked me for teaching him that character isn't built in fancy schools or prestigious jobs, but in everyday choices to do right by the people you love. Vanessa spoke too. She apologized publicly for her family's behavior.
Things buried down here.
Don't tell me you're scared of the dark.
Not scared. There's always a million lights in the candle bank.
Stay close, okay?
Charles and Patricia Morrison didn't pretend. They were still on administrative leave, facing ethics reviews that would likely end their careers at the firm. Preston Morrison sent a gift with a note that simply said, I was wrong. Congratulations to you both. The investigation Ellen Rodriguez had launched ended up uncovering years of discriminatory practices at Morrison and Associates. 3 senior partners were forced out. The firm implemented mandatory bias training and
power company. It should point the way to the factory.
Okay, I trust you.
It became a point of pride. We weren't just maintenance workers. We were fathers and sons and brothers who showed up every day, who built and fixed and created, who held families together with calloused hands and determined hearts. Tyler and Vanessa built a good marriage. They bought a modest house in a middle-class neighborhood halfway between their offices. They had dinner. The mac and cheese recipes I perfected for 28 years. She called me dad within 6 months, and I could tell she meant it. The funny thing about that nameplate, that low-educated maintenance worker, fake dad insult that was meant to diminish me, is that it ended up proving everything it tried to deny. Because when Tyler walked away from wealth and prestige and social status to stand beside me,
Move, you fucking idiots. Jesus Christ. I hate when NPCs do that.
does sacrifice who does. Loving someone enough to put their needs above your own comfort. That makes you family. I still have that nameplate. I keep it in my toolbox at work right next to the Father's Day card Tyler made me when he was 6. Crayon drawings, too much glue, and the words yes man and the world spelled just wrong. In the same tradition, isn't determined by credentials, wealth, or social status. Sacrifices made and love given in choosing to show up day after day, even when it's hard.
Okay, how am I supposed to get out there?
This was built by separatists. The factory cannot be far.
Tyler, raised in a 2-bedroom apartment by a factory worker, knew exactly who he was and what mattered. That difference didn't come from education or money. It came from values, from integrity, from the daily lessons learned in a home where love was the only luxury we could afford. Last month, Tyler called me with news. Vanessa was pregnant. I'm going to be a grandfather. And when Tyler told me, he said something I'll never forget. Dad, I've been thinking about what kind of father I want to be, and I realized I already had the perfect example. You taught me that being a dad isn't about providing everything your kid needs. It's about being everything your kid needs. Family vacations, but I hope Tyler also teaches that child what I taught him. That real wealth is measured in time spent, in presence, in the choice to keep showing up even when the world tells you you're not enough. Because the truth is, I was always enough. Not because of my education or my job or my bank account. I was enough because I loved my son with everything I had. And I taught him through example that worth comes from character, not credentials. The Morrison family lost their standing at the firm, lost their reputation, lost their influence.
That must be Tubman's usual way. He wasn't kidding. It's blooded.
Chandeliers, or the expensive champagne, or the designer dresses. It was the relationship between a father and son built over 28 years of sacrifice and love. And in the end, Tyler chose that relationship over everything else they offered. He chose me, not because I was impressive or educated or wealthy, but because I was real. Because our bond was built on truth and presence and everyday devotion. That's what real family looks like. Not nameplates and credentials and social status. Real family looks like a factory worker raising a son in a 2-bedroom apartment, teaching him that character matters more than class, that showing up matters more than showing off, that love is the only currency that really counts. So do Charles and Patricia Morrison, wherever they are now in their diminished careers and damaged reputations. I have only this to say. Thank you. Thank you for that nameplate. Thank you for making your contempt so clear that my son had to choose between your world and ours. Because his choice that day, walking away from your wedding and your money and your prestige to stand beside his low-educated maintenance worker fake dad, proved something I'd always believed, but sometimes doubted. I raised him right, and that's worth more than all the degrees and wealth and social status in the world. My name is Robert Hayes. I'm 52 years old. I work as a maintenance supervisor at Riverside Manufacturing, and I'm the proudest father who ever lived. Not because my son is successful.
Come on, Nix. Let's drop that ladder.
Not because he married well. Though
That did it.
Nice one, Kate. We're coming up.
Tyler knew exactly who his real father was. And no nameplate, no amount of money, no social climbing family could ever change that truth. If this story moved on,
Dead end.
made you think about the people in your life.
Not for us. I never leave home without my fusion cutter.
Leave a comment about someone who loved you not with wealth, but with presence. And remember, the best things in life aren't measured in degrees or dollars.
Wondering when the hell I was gonna get that.
In the choice to keep living even when the world tells you you're not enough. Because you
Over here.
You always were.
Pull that carefully. Okay, here we go.
This turbo lift is Clone Wars tech.
Can you get it working? Gadid, are you sure that lift console still works? Nope. Look at that. It shorted out.
Just means you'll have to find another way to power up this turbo lift. There should be an auxiliary console down below.
I was halfway through unclogging a jam sorter R when I saw my name misspelled again on the project banner. Congratulations to the automation team, led by Dennis Carter. 2 goddamn years of blood, sweat, and solder, and they couldn't even spell my name right. That's when I knew this wasn't glory. This was just another Tuesday in corporate purgatory where your reward for solving the unsolvable is getting your lunch stolen from the Brakeland Bridge again. I'd spent 4 months duct-taping miracles together for a logistics firm so bloated with middle managers, it looked like a pyramid scheme with coffee mugs. I was the lead systems integration specialist, which meant when something broke and something always broke, it was my mess to clean up. And yet, the only time I got direct credit was when the printer jammed and nobody else knew how to open the damn paper tray. Most days started with a quick sync meeting that morphed into a blame marathon. Procurement would drone on about budget overruns, while Janet and marketing demanded to know why the robots weren't more photogenic.
That looks nice,
I was rebuilding back-end logic at 3 a.m. and praying the warehouse floor didn't need another drone pallet mid-scan. They said we were building the future. I was starting to
Here we go. Starting to get deeper into this.
What'd you find?
The third prototype went up in smoke. I said screw it and slotted in the one I made 5 years ago in my garage. My custom precision controller, sleek, stable, and smarter than anyone in the exec wing. It was the only thing that worked. Nobody asked questions because nobody cared how the job got done. Only that it had a shiny graphic. If you're listening to this and made it this far, tap that subscribe button. Yeah. Because 97% of stories don't subscribe. And I'm not trying to hit my first 7,000 subs right now selling protein powder or pretending to meditate in Bali. So help a gal out, will you? Back to the grind. I named my controller Ruby, not because I'm sentimental.
Okay, look here.
Project same as me. Ruby was my silent
Pokeballs out.
While corporate peacocks strutted through post-launch cocktail parties, was Ruby translating 6 different machine languages into a single symphony of steel and speed. Nobody noticed her. They just assumed she was part of the furniture like me, but I kept track. Oh, I kept track.
This is it.
I logged every deployment, every data sync, every system spike she absorbed without complaint, and I watched. I watched them take credit, watched them hold meetings I wasn't invited to, watched the CTO get quoted in Forbes about his team's revolutionary approach to modular logistics. His team, right?
Okay. Gadid, powering up the auxiliary console.
Okay, be down in a minute. Just patching up some rust cell converters.
You wanna hurry that up? I don't think I'm alone down here.
Get off of me. Frog looking motherfucker.
Hey, I hear blaster fire. Are you okay?
I'll let you know if I survive. Find some cover here.
Those are some macro beasts.
Oh, well, they're dead now.
B1 Unit 275 respond. B1 Unit 699 respond. B1 Unit 888 report on your status.
They're gone, ND. We gotta keep moving.
From the jump, she was something special.
Yes.
So I wrapped her in an LLC. Officially, Logic Systems Incorporated.
Power up the gate.
Owned by one Denise Carter. Trademarked, filed, sheltered like a paranoid person. Build something that can change the world. Make sure the bastards can't steal it.
Looks like the Republic found the factory.
Come on, let's keep moving.
I'd already learned my lesson about NDAs and IP theft. Every job before had tried to vacuum out my brain and leave the HUD
What's wrong, Andy? Stop shooting! There's nobody here!
I got this! We're okay. He's in transport stasis.
Sure, but that control panel's fused. I'll find another way to get through that door.
Here, you might need my fusion cutter. You ever used one of these before?
I saw enough of them in the south stretch.
Yeah, good point. I will see what I can do for ND5.
Is something there?
When Janet from marketing asked what that little blinking lunchbox thing was, I said, just a controller patch. It helps keep the bots from getting dizzy. She nodded like she understood a word of that. One who did pay attention was Ollie, one of the new hires in DevOps. Kid had energy like a golden retriever hopped up on Bang energy drinks.
Smell something, buddy?
A routing issue on Dock 6. He watched Ruby coming along and said, over there. No, we'd be so screwed if anything ever happened to that little box. I laughed it off. Yeah,
good boy.
Doesn't grow legs and walk. But his words sat with me like a smoke bird behind the ribs.
Got something next?
Every update I wrote for the warehouse AI, every sensor calibration, every predictive traffic shuffle, it all came through Ruby. Every other system was an instrument. She was the damn conductor. And the longer she ran flawlessly, the more they forgot she existed. Good. Let them forget because I had the original design files stored offline.
What'd you find?
Manufacturing specs printed on archival paper and sealed in a safe deposit box. I had the source code backed up in cold storage in 3 different cities, and I had the legal paperwork that said, this tech belongs to Carter Logic Systems, not Denise the employee, Denise the owner. They thought I was a cog in their machine. They didn't realize I was the machine, and I built the off switch myself. All I had to do was wait. Let them get comfy. Let them bet the farm on a system they didn't even understand. I didn't need revenge. I needed patience. When it came to my work, I had that in spades. Demo day was a goddamn circus. The good kind. If you're the type that finds joy in watching your abusers set themselves on fire for applause. The warehouse was spotless. PR teams hovered like anxious mayflies armed with drones and rehearsal smiles. And the system, oh, it hurt. Ruby synced the entire fulfillment floor with surgical grace. Robots gliding, inventory flowing, predictive loading algorithms making even the crustiest logistics vet whistle like he just saw the face of God in a barcode. Executives clapped. Clients gushed.
What have you got next?
Around a bottle of Grove, and I sipped mine with a grin that didn't quite touch my eyes. I'd done it. 2 years of pulling miracles out of silicone in spite, and the system was flawless. But deep down, something tasted off, like drinking expensive champagne from a styrofoam cup. Then came the silence. The next morning, no sync invite, no review meetings, no next phase strategy call, just dead air. By Thursday, I was lurking outside conference room B with a cold cup of burnt coffee and the distinct feeling of deja vu. Inside, behind the half-fogged glass, I saw
Yeah, I figured that was gonna happen.
whose handshake always felt
I'm
like
not
a
seeing.
salesman apologizing in advance. She did great, someone was saying. Let's be honest. Her part's done. The system runs itself now. You sure she won't make noise? That was Janet, throwing people under the bus with a peppermint smile.
What'd you find?
She's not the type. Besides, we're offering her the standard exit. No fuss. The room laughed, not evil laughter. Worse, indifferent. The kind of laugh you give when discussing a busted printer or a big old sandwich in the break room fridge. I was neither to them. I was less. I walked away, finished my coffee, and went back to my desk like I hadn't just been ghosted by people who once called me indispensable. Friday, 9:03 a.m. The calendar pinged. Subject, HR transition discussion location. Small conference, 2 duration. 50 minutes. They didn't even put my name on it. Michelle from HR greeted me like she was hosting a gender reveal party. She had a folder, a form submitted, a rechewed script. Just want to say thank you for all your work. You've truly set the foundation for the next chapter of this company. I nodded. There's no severance package because technically
Is something there?
budget-based, though we understand it wasn't framed that way when you started. But this transition should be smooth. You'll have access to email through the weekend. IT will collect your badge Monday. Smooth, like a chalk outline. She slid the exit papers toward me. No mention of Ruby. No asset inventory checklist. No tech audit. Nothing but a stack of HR boilerplate and a pen that didn't work until I smacked it on the table 3 times. I signed calmly, one page after another, each stroke slicing through the last thread of illusion I'd held onto. I was done, but Ruby wasn't. Nobody had mentioned the controller. Nobody had listed hardware assets. No one had asked for passwords or access logs. In their haste to crown themselves the geniuses behind the success, they forgot the most important piece. The one still humming quietly in Dock Bay 3. The one that blinked a heartbeat every 30 seconds waiting for the renewal code only I could provide. I stood, smiled at Michelle, and said, "Thanks for everything." Then I walked out of that office with an empty badge, a full mind, and the sharp realization that I wasn't angry anymore. No. Anger was loud. This was quieter, colder. This was the moment before the fuse hits the powder. Didn't scream. Didn't turn my own filthy face down in the backyard like some kind of exorcism. I just made a cup of coffee, stared out the window at my neighbor's busted lawn flamingo, and let the silence wrap around me like smoke from an engine fire.
Smell something, buddy?
Laid off after building their golden goose. Like being ejected from a speeding car and watching it keep driving without realizing you were the one keeping the engine cool. But instead of unraveling, I opened my laptop. Carter Logic Systems Incorporated was still alive and well, filed under the state of Ohio with all the bells and legal whistles. It had one employee, one product, and one very expensive client that didn't know it was a client yet. I opened a blank doc and started writing. License agreement for use of CLS Alpha Sync Controller V3 Logic Systems Incorporated. License agreement Ungrateful Bastards LLC terms $48,000/month. Non-transferable, non-duplicable, enforced by a passive logout after 30 days of non-renewal.
Think you can open that next?
Activation authorized without warning. Payment due in advance. No refunds. No exceptions. It felt like building a guillotine out of paperwork.
Nix, you're up.
I had the whole contract ready, tight, clean, and sharp as a blade, but I wasn't stupid. I wasn't going to launch a legal war with dollar store armor, so I paid a visit to someone who wrote contracts more than I did. Andrea, my old college roommate turned tech IP attorney, now operating out of a boutique firm that had sued 2 Fortune 500s before lunch last Tuesday. She read through it while questioning me, sipping LaCroix, eyebrows slowly flying with each pause. "You actually built this thing?" She asked. Every chip, every line of code. I even soldered the first house.
God damn it, you fucking piece of shit.
Then, yeah, this contractual thing. Especially since they never paid for it. Logged it. Without you to sign a damn thing about tech ownership. You still got the original plans. I pulled out the flash drive. She grinned. This is the ID equivalent of a loaded shotgun. You want
I hate these goddamn things.
I've got one last thing to tweak first. Back home, I opened Ruby's root command interface and wrote a subroutine heartbeat check.
Okay, I'm going to cycle ND5 out of stasis.
How do we know he won't attack us when you turn him back on?
I'm not strong enough to carry him, are you?
48 hours. If it failed twice,
Fine.
lockout,
Wake him up.
systems halt, data frozen, drones grounded, no explosions, no sparks. Just stopping like someone pulled the
What happened? How long was I out?
Don't worry about it. Just stay with Gadik, okay?
I tried to rewire her manually. The core watchdog would wipe all firmware and scream goodbye to me until hell froze by 3 a.m.
What have you got next?
Update was live. I poured another cup of coffee, hands steady as stone. Ruby was still hanging, still mine, still holding their empire.
Nice one, pal.
Duct tape. But now she was on a leash, a silk thread.
Nix,
Tied around their
like we
necks,
practiced.
and I felt the scissors.
Smell something,
They
buddy?
had no idea what I'd just done, and that made it even better. The first press release hit like a firework made of smoke. Revolutionizing fulfillment. Company name unveils autonomous logistics system built entirely in-house, They plastered it across LinkedIn, Twitter, industry
factory.
channels, even a fawning puff piece on Tech Harvest, complete with glossy shots of robots gliding through aisles like synchronized swimmers in a ballet choreographed by caffeine and cocaine. The CEO called it a triumph of internal innovation.
Is something there?
The hype they throw at you.
Yeah, I can see why Temming kept it secret.
She just needed power. And the heartbeat code was quietly
That's what we're counting on. Hold tight while I get that door open.
just beneath their champagne toasts and victory laps. I let them have their party. I watched the live stream of the launch gala from my couch in sweatpants with my cat eating holes in a Target throw blanket. They unveiled a giant 3D model of the fulfillment pipeline, complete with little cardboard bots doing laps around a fake loading dock. A marketing intern was crying. Ron was on stage pretending he hadn't once asked me if sync was short for synchronized swimming. I gave it 3 more days, and I printed the licensing agreement on thick
Hey, hold this open.
I got the first confused email. Hi, Denise.
Think you can hold that open for me?
Quick question. Remember a formal asset transfer for the CLS module used in the phase Roman for rollout? Just tying up some documentation for our records.
Got something, Nick?
Megan from Finance. I didn't respond. The next day, a calendar invite, IP ownership follow-up 15-minute check-in, declined. Then a voicemail from some poor paralegal named Greg trying to sound casual while asking if any prototypes provided during your employment were later formalized into company assets. He sounded like he just Googled what a prototype was 10 minutes before calling. I gave him another 4 days. That's when the emails turned from polite to panicked. Urgent IP licensing concerns, immediate attention requested. We believe there may have been a misunderstanding regarding asset ownership. Please confirm whether the module you provided remains protected under your LLC. If so, we'd appreciate a conversation to clarify next steps. I didn't respond to that one either. Instead, I pulled up Ruby's diagnostics console and watched her stats. Load balancing, stable. Sync efficiency, 97%. Heartbeat signal, every 6 hours. Quiet, predictable, obedient. Silence meant weakness. They mistook my absence for irrelevance, but every tick of that controller's internal clock was a countdown. And when it hit 0, there wouldn't be fireworks. There'd be chaos. Cold satisfaction doesn't come from screaming until you so.
You did it, Kate. The gate's opening.
Meet you inside.
By the time week 3 rolled around, the arrogance started leaking. I knew it was coming. These people had spent years climbing a ladder made of buzzwords and fake deliverables.
Hey, Gadeep, I'm trapped. A little help here?
I'll get you out. Hold on.
Now when a client, one of the largest logistics contractors on the eastern seaboard, was set to visit for a full-scale demo.
All right, let's go.
10 days until the suits and tailored polos and boat shoes showed up with clipboards, cameras, and 7-figure contract extensions. And right now, every inch of that warehouse still ran on my heartbeat. The exec circled the wagons fast. Word got out that someone from legal had concerns about Denise Carter's proprietary module. Someone dug through procurement logs and found nothing. No PO number.
Are you seeing
No
this?
invoice. No
There's got to
documentation.
be hundreds of droids down there.
It's kind of creepy, and there's only one droid out here I care about right now.
Right.
Tucked into a
Focus.
gold Samsonite backpack, courtesy of someone they never
Is that the
bothered to ask
command
about
clock?
twice.
Gadeep!
At first, they tried denial. Of course, we own all her work. The CTO bought her an emergency meeting. But the stock was still very lunch. She built it while employed. That's how this works. Then the IP Council showed up with a printed copy of my employment contract, complete with 3 separate carve-outs for pre-existing intellectual property, all signed, all valid, and all accompanied
Yeah,
by
that figures.
documents for Carter Logic Systems filed 4 years before I took their crappy job. That's when the tone shifted from confident to pissed. They brought in IT to see if they could clone the device, reverse engineer it, replace it with a newer vendor-supplied CD.
Welcome back.
One of the senior engineers, a guy named Dave, who once asked me if he could use Ruby to sync his smart fridge, stood in the middle of the warehouse and muttered the words that sealed their fate.
Are you seeing this?
We can't replicate it.
There's got to
Not
be
in time.
hundreds of droids down there.
It's kind of creepy, and there's only one droid out here I care about right now.
Right.
Focus.
Oh, Mr. Pokemon Catcher.
The command clock.
Gadeep!
There we go.
Apparently demanded to know why a critical system didn't have backups. That's when someone finally said it out loud because she never gave us the blueprint. Meanwhile, I was making waffles, literally, in my kitchen, watching maple syrup spiral down the edges of a homemade Belgian snack while my inbox lit up with increasingly desperate variations of just a quick call
Whoa,
and urgent
how big is this place?
The client, let's call them Eastland Freight Company, was still under the illusion that everything was peaky. Their internal team had even sent over some light integration requests, expecting seamless onboarding in the final week. Corporate couldn't afford a hiccup. Not with press already sniffing around for rollout interviews.
Hey, there's no power to this turbo lift.
Does anything in here still work?
That was Ruby waiting patiently in the back, waiting for hard.
It's time to contact Keelan. My internal systems are shutting down.
Gadeep, can you do anything?
He needs a stable power source. You need to use a console and get this lift working.
Okay, I'm on it.
Aggressive Christmas card. Hi, Denise. We hope this message finds you well. After reviewing the license terms, we're eager to find a collaborative solution. Perhaps there's a mutually beneficial path forward that avoids legal escalation and supports continued operational excellence. Would you be open to a brief call to discuss options? Options. I love that word. So vague, so desperate, so late. I didn't reply right away. I waited until the next morning. Brewed a French press of coffee strong enough to strip paint and open the first message window. No legalese. No threats. Just this. Hi, Meredith. I appreciate your interest in collaboration. I've attached the finalized agreement again for convenience. As noted, the license renewal must be executed within the remaining operational window.
Okay, I need to get power to this console. There's one generator running. I just gotta find a way across that assembly room and fire up the other two.
16 hours, 42 minutes, 12 seconds. I even included a cute favicon of a ticking clock. Professional but pointed. They didn't respond, at least not immediately, but the warehouse did. By the end of the day, my
Is something there?
Eli, the golden retriever in a hoodie, texted me a photo of two pallet bots stuck in a loop, circling the same stack of boxes like confused vultures. Calculating their routes. Fulfillment slowed by 18% today. Is that you? Not directly, but yes. I'd written a tiered performance cap into Ruby's firmware years ago. Not malicious, just a safety net. When a heartbeat renewal didn't pay, the system would gradually throttle non-priority routes. Inventory updates would lag. Internal comms would delay. Nothing catastrophic, just friction, noise, doubt, enough to make a client's skin itch. By Wednesday, Eastland Freight was calling to ask why delivery scans were showing a 2-hour lag in 2 test cities. They asked if the system needed a firmware patch. The company said they were investigating. What they meant was they were panicking. The countdown clock was now under 6 days, and they knew it. They tried to reach out again. This time, a lawyer and the CTO joined the call request. I declined. Instead, I sent a GIF, a ticking time bomb just for fun. It was around then that my best friend Molly, the only person who knew the whole saga, called and said, "Okay, this is starting to sound like a Netflix doc waiting to happen. You sure you want to burn the whole damn place down?" I could hear the worry in her voice, the hesitation, that little human part that still believes if you play fair, the universe rewards you. They stole from you. Yes, she said, but if you don't throw them a rope now, they're going to drown. I took a breath, stared at the contract on my screen and replied, "They're not drowning. They're choking on the gold they tried to steal. I am the rope. They just don't want to pay for it." That shut her up. And I appreciated that because I didn't need doubt.
Smell something, buddy?
I checked Ruby's dashboard again. CPU load at 89%. System stable. But the performance caps were working like a python wrapping tighter by the end.
Thought something next?
I didn't enjoy it. Okay. Maybe a little. This wasn't revenge. This was enforcement. They had 7 days. 7 days to accept that what they called redundant was actually the single most valuable line item in their operation. 7 days to admit they'd made a mistake. And if they didn't, well, let's just say Ruby had a bedtime coming, and no one else knew how to tuck her in. Friday morning, 4:02 a.m., Ruby skipped a heartbeat. Then she skipped them all. No more renewal code. No pain. No handshake. Just a silent command.
That's not what I was trying to do there.
Across a 120,000 square foot warehouse, conveyor belts hissed to a halt. Robots froze mid-route. One of them clutching a tote of weighted blankets like a toddler fell asleep standing up. Fulfillment queue stopped updating. Item trackers blinked red. Internal logs scrambled themselves into a soup of null values and corrupted timestamps. Ruby didn't crash. She didn't malfunction. She obeyed exactly as designed. At 17 a.m., I was getting the first shaky screenshots from Ali. Denise,
What'd you find? What have you got next?
Instead, I let it sit unread, unanswered. I closed my laptop. Let them feel it. Let them explain to a furious Fortune 100 client how they accidentally based an $18 million
It's a workbench like what you see in KOTOR.
Let them taste every drop of dismissiveness they fed me over 2 years. Everyone shrugged off suggestion. Every credit stolen. Every hallway smirked and said
Got something, Nick?
because I wasn't. They were lucky I hadn't walked out sooner. And now their empire was held together by duct tape and denial. And both just gave out.
Showtime, Nick.
After critical system failure. Source, client sites, lack of infrastructure.
Good job, buddy.
Translation, they trusted you, and you built your miracle on a ghost. The press pounced. Logistics blogs lit up. Investors freaked out. Their CEO issued a "We remain committed to excellent" statement that read like it had been written by a chatbot on fire. And me, I was in line at Home Depot buying mulch. My phone buzzed at 12:43 p.m. A known number, Cleveland area code. I almost let it go to voicemail, almost, but something in me wanted to hear it. The voice, the tone, the scream of failure. I answered, "Denise, it's Mark Paz, the former CTO. Former." Well, I heard. I said calm as a glacier. Rough week? He let out a nervous chuckle that sounded like dry leaves caught in a box fan. They canned me 30 minutes after the client pulled out, he said. Legal's in a panic. Board's pissed.
One more generator.
I'm not calling on their behalf. I'm calling because they need you, and they know it. I didn't reply. I know you've got the license. You've got the leverage. Hell, you've got the system. And if you're willing to come in, even temporarily, they'll make it right. I let that sit for a bit. Then I asked, define, make it right, whatever you want, name it. I already had months ago. I just hadn't set the terms until now. I emailed over a PDF.
Alright, I gotta take a brief break because I need to run to the restroom, grab coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
He opened it on the call. I heard him whistle low. You really wrote this like a damn warlord. No, I said. I wrote it like someone who's finally being paid for the years she spent carrying your kingdom on her back. Silence.
Words that seemed supportive on the surface, but delivered with a chill that made me question if I'd imagined. Great to have you join us. Your reputation precedes you, he'd said. Eyes evaluating me like I was an unexpected obstacle. The first few weeks seemed normal. I learned the department's systems, met my teammates, Veda, Archer, and Pax, all of whom seemed oddly reserved around Dominic. They were friendly enough when he wasn't around, but the atmosphere shifted whenever he entered the room. Conversations died. People found sudden interest in our computer screens. It started small. Dominic questioned my decisions about reports, things too insignificant to push back on. Are you sure about this projection? Did you double check these numbers? Always in front of others, always with a hint of doubt in his voice. By week 3, he began isolating me from crucial candidates. I discovered this when Veda mentioned the meeting I should attend. Did you get the thread about the quarterly planning session? She asked, surprised when I had no idea what she meant. Must have been an oversight, Dominic said when I approached him privately. I'll make sure you're included next time. His eyes, however, told a different story. They watched me with cold calculation, assessing how I would respond. I did what I thought was right. I worked harder, arrived earlier, stayed later, triple-checked every report. But something changed in month 2, during a team presentation where I outlined a new efficiency protocol that could save the company significant resources. Dominic interrupted. That's actually based on Archer's framework from last year, he announced to the room. 20 pairs of eyes shifted to him, witnessing my confusion. Archer looked equally puzzled, but remained silent. I developed this independently, I said, maintaining my composure. But I'd love to see Archer's work for comparison. Let's move on, Dominic replied, dismissing the topic entirely. After the meeting,
Okay.
company archives for
Sorry, I
Archer's
needed
supposed
that.
framework. It didn't exist. Later that week, I overheard Dominic speaking to our division VP. Linnea has potential, but needs close supervision. Her attention to detail isn't what the previous managers claimed. The VP nodded, glancing at me through the glass conference room wall. The damage was done. The pattern escalated. My access to certain data systems was restricted due to security protocol updates. Projects I initiated my suggestions and meetings were arranged, then immediately reframed as someone else's idea, usually data leaks. Manufacturing quality assessment, I noticed concerning patterns in our newest production line. The failure rate showed statistical anomalies that indicated potential consumer safety issues. I documented my findings and brought them directly to Dominic. I'll review these, he said, taking a break. 2 days later, I received the final report for team distribution. My sections had been dramatically altered. The warning indicators were gone, replaced with sanitized language that masked the problems. When I questioned this privately, Dominic's response chilled me.
Okay, there you are.
This isn't your previous department. We have different standards here. When I persisted, his tone hardened. The report is finalized. Send it as is. I did something then that would later save me. I kept both versions. I saved everything. Original reports, emails, meeting recordings when permitted. I didn't know why yet, but something deep inside told me to create a paper trail. The situation deteriorated further. Dominic began calling me into his office for coaching sessions that consisted solely of criticism. My performance, my communication style, even my professional appearance became targets. Your presentation style makes people uncomfortable, he claimed, though feedback from colleagues suggested otherwise. The isolation tactics intensified. Team lunches happened without notice. Crucial decisions were made in impromptu hallway discussions I wasn't part of. When important clients visited, I was assigned urgent tasks that kept me away. Veda noticed. He did this intentionally for you. She whispered one word about appreciate. She left after 4 months. Couldn't take it anymore. Why? I asked. Veda glanced around before answering. Dominic only thrives when he's the smartest person in the room. Anyone who might outshine him becomes a target. I researched Talia that evening. She'd been highly accomplished before joining our department. Now she worked for a smaller company in a reduced role. I found others too. All high performers who had brief tenures under Dominic before departing or transferring. The pattern was undeniable. By month 4, my health began suffering. Sleep became elusive.
There we go.
Appetite diminished. Friends commented on my weight loss, the shadows under my eyes. I considered resigning to depression. My mother's progressive illness required expensive treatments not fully covered by insurance. My savings were depleted. I needed this job and its health benefits. So I adapted. I documented every interaction with Dominic. I forwarded important emails to my personal account. I recorded meetings when company policy allowed. I built relationships with colleagues in other departments. Most importantly, I kept watching the production quality issue that Dominic had dismissed. The turning point came last week. A system alert indicated anomalies in
Okay, I think I see what I need to do here.
I pulled the data directly, bypassing the filtered reports, and discovered the situation had worsened. This wasn't just about quality anymore.
Oh, okay.
After reviewing everything twice, I sent the entire package to the recipients, the company's legal counsel, the board's ethics committee, and Alara NHR. My message was simple. I believe these documents show a pattern of behavior that violates company policies and potentially regulations governing product safety. I'm scheduled for a 7 a.m. performance review tomorrow, and I have reason to believe will result in my termination based on fabricated performance issues. I requested immediate intervention. I sent in at 8:42 p.m. By 9:17, I received a brief response from Alara. Received. Do not discuss with anyone. Attend the meeting as scheduled. That night, I barely slept. I prepared for the worst. Unemployment, a damaged reputation, potential retaliation. I rehearsed what I would say when Dominic tried to fire me. I updated my resume and packed my personal items in a small bag, ready to walk out with dignity. What I didn't prepare for was what actually happened. As I stood in that conference room at 7 a.m., watching Alara hand me that envelope and security position themselves near Dominic,
Oh, well. Looks like I was making that a smidgen more complicated than I needed to.
confirmation that an investigation had begun immediately upon my email's arrival, and most surprisingly, a temporary reassignment to work directly with the executive team on a special project. What is the meaning of this? Dominic demanded. Standing so abruptly, his chair rolled backward. Alara turned to him, her expression professional but unyielding. Dominic, we need to continue this conversation in my office. Security must This is ridiculous, he spluttered, looking from Alara to me. Whatever she's told you is fabricated. satisfaction. Are you considering it? Actually, yes. The new management structure sounds promising. She hesitated. There's something else you should know. After I left, I reported my concerns about the production quality to the You did. Anonymous tip. They opened a preliminary investigation and closed a link to access internal documents. With a voluntary recall, they've reopened the case. The implications have been regulatory penalties, not just termination. Regulatory violations following his expression of no sympathy. Some actions deserve permanent consequences. When I returned to the office, Alara was waiting for me. Notice of a regulatory investigation, she said. They're specifically requesting all communications from Dominic regarding production quality over the past 3 years. What does that mean for the company? I asked. We're cooperating fully. The voluntary recall helps our position. The focus seems to be on individual accountability rather than corporate penalties. She studied my expression. You don't seem surprised. I suspected it by now. I answered truthfully. The violations were serious. Well, there's more. The board reviewed our communication protocols after this incident. We're implementing a new anonymous reporting system that bypasses She handed me a folder. They'd like me to oversee its development. The following months transformed the company culture. The new reporting system identified 2 managers.
There we go.
Mandatory training programs on psychological safety and ethical leadership were implemented. Most importantly, employees who had left in suspicious circumstances were contacted and offered reconciliation. 3 months after the 7 a.m. meeting, I received an unexpected email from a law firm representing Dominic. He was seeking a letter of reference as part of a settlement negotiation with the company. In exchange, he would drop potential claims of defamation. I forwarded it to legal without responding. Their reply was swift. The company will not be providing references nor entertaining settlement discussions regarding factual reporting and documented misconduct. Later that day, I learned Dominic had taken a position with a smaller competitor in another state, but apparently unaware of the regulatory investigation. 2 weeks after that, the regulatory findings became public record. The competitor terminated him immediately. The most meaningful moment came 6 months after that date.
Okay, Kadik, the lift's up and running.
I can hear someone else down here, Kate. We would follow. I can defend us.
What if you malfunction again and blast me instead? No, you guys keep moving and I'll check it out. Is something there?
We need someone who recognized a systemic problem, documented it methodically, and had the courage to report it despite personal risk. Someone who demonstrated integrity when it was hardest to do so. I accepted the position the next day. 1 year after Dominic scheduled that 7 a.m. meeting, our company received an industry award for ethical leadership. The production line issues had been fully resolved, with enhanced quality control processes that became the new standard.
Smells something better.
Positions. As for Dominic himself, the regulatory penalties included a 5-year industry ban. His professional reputation never recovered. I heard through industry contacts that he eventually took a position his communications in an unrelated field. The systematic destruction he inflicted on others' careers ultimately became a blueprint for his own downfall. The Swedish government I never once had to lie, exaggerate, or manipulate. I simply preserved the truth he tried to bury and ensured it reached those who needed to see it.
This isn't good. Zergbash must have followed us in.
A mentoring program specifically designed for employees recovering from workplace trauma. We called it the Phoenix Program, helping people rebuild confidence after having it systematically dismantled. Talia became one of our first mentors during a leadership conference where I presented our new ethics framework.
God damn it.
I felt satisfied with how everything resolved. Justice and revenge aren't the same thing. I answered. I didn't want revenge. I wanted protection for myself and others. I wanted accountability. The fact that his own actions led to his downfall wasn't my goal, but it was perhaps the most fitting conclusion. Afterward, a young manager approached me. I'm currently documenting a similar situation.
Good. I've got death problems. Zergbash found a way in. I'll deal with them first, then I'll come find you, okay? NT5? Kadik?
Managers understand that building others up rather than tearing them down leads to better outcomes for everyone. Most importantly, no one starts their day with the dread I experienced for those 6 months. The early morning meeting Dominic scheduled to bring me became the catalyst for rebuilding not just my career, but an entire workplace ecosystem. His words, "Nobody will hear you cry," proved prophetic in a way he never intended. There were no tears that morning, only the sound of justice finally arriving. Manipulation can never match.
Motherfucker.
Intruder is back and shake your body, baby, do that conga. If a deco actor knows that you waved your shake your body, baby, if a deco.
People do anything for.
This is a bundle.
Supervisor scheduled my review. At 7 a.m., nobody will hear you crying when I tell you how worthless you are. But when HR director walked in unannounced with the security team and handed me an envelope, supervisor smart vanished away. Nobody will hear you cry when I tell you how worthless you are. Dominic whispered, leaning across the conference table in the empty office. His voice carried that special kind of quiet.
So here's the difference. Sweet. Were they playing color? Hey guys, I'm in the Port Everglades and I just fell.
The school said boys will be boys. One bully hurt my daughter, so I showed them what happens when fathers will be fathers. I was in my home office when I heard my daughter cutting herself in her bedroom. When I walked in, she was surrounded by chunks of her blonde hair with tears streaming down her face. I knelt down and gently took the scissors from her. She looked at me with those big blue eyes and whispered, maybe now he'll leave me alone. Amelia wouldn't tell me much that night. She just kept saying it didn't matter anymore and went to bed with her hair all uneven and choppy. I spent the next 3 days trying to get information out of her. She barely touched her breakfast and picked at her dinners. When I called her teacher, Miss Peterson, she actually laughed at my concern. Oh, you mean Archie Morrison? He has the biggest crush on Amelia. It's adorable how he follows her around like a puppy. Boys that age just don't know how to express their feelings well. Something about the way she said follows her around made my stomach turn. I didn't know how to bring it up to Amelia, and luckily, I didn't have to, because as soon as she got home, she completely broke down. Turns out, Archie had been calling her Goldilocks Beach every single day, getting the whole class to chant it during recess. He'd been cornering her in empty hallways and demanding hugs. Last week, he grabbed her face and forced her to look at him, saying, when I talk to you, you look at me. I'm only hurting you because that's what people do when they're in love. I was furious. The school kept brushing it off as puppy love. So I told Amelia to stand up for herself, to yell loudly next time he touched her so teachers would have to pay attention. Sometimes I wonder how different things would have been if I just kept quiet. Because the next day, Amelia came home with bruises on her wrists and her shirt torn at the collar. You see, she'd yelled at Archie to leave her alone in front of everyone. The teacher had made her apologize to him for hurting his feelings and making a scene. And as if that wasn't enough, he cornered her after school with 3 of his friends to teach her a lesson. My dad said it was hard to get, but they really want it. You encouraged me, so now we're even. Tomorrow, I'll show you what real love feels like.
What's going on?
Against me. I had your back like the show's little. She was safe. I drove straight to my cost more than my monthly salary. Your son has been bullying my daughter. Oh, that's not what
Find cover, Nick.
Rejecting him. I should have hit him to a pulp, but I didn't. 20 years of marriage. It's because I love her too much. That's when I knew Archie was just and soon. I left their house with my hands still shaking. The drive home took forever because I kept pulling over to calm down. When I got back, Amelia was already asleep. Her choppy hair spread across the red wings. The next morning, I grabbed my phone and started taking pictures of her bruised wrists. She flinched when I touched them gently to get better angles. I documented every mark, every torn piece of clothing. Then I went through her backpack while she ate breakfast and found crumpled notes shoved deep in the front pocket. My stomach dropped as I read them. You're mine, written over and over in messy handwriting. Stop ignoring me or else. One had a crude drawing of a girl with X's over her eyes. I spread everything out on the kitchen table and took more photos. Amelia watched me silently, pushing cereal around her bowl. When I asked if there were any text messages, she shook her head, but wouldn't meet my eyes. Something told me there was more she wasn't sharing yet. That afternoon, the principal called, not about Archie, but about Amelia. Mr. Thompson, I'm concerned about your daughter's behavior. She's been very disruptive lately, seeking negative attention. Have you considered counseling? Sometimes children act out when they're struggling at home. I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles went white. My daughter has bruises on her wrist yesterday. Did Miss Peterson report that? Miss Peterson mentioned Amelia made quite a scene. Yes, she embarrassed young Archie in front of his peers. We can't have students creating hostile environments for others. The call ended with him suggesting found small nails scattered near my driveway, positioned perfectly to catch tires. Then came the night Amelia woke me up at 2 a.m. She was standing by my bed, shaking. Dad, he sent me pictures. She held out her phone with trembling hands. The images made my heart stop. Photos of her bedroom window taken from outside. Different angles, different nights. In one, you could see her shadow moving behind the curtains. I called the police immediately. 2 officers showed up an hour later, looking bored. They took notes, glanced at the photos, and shrugged. Without proof, it was the Morrison boy. There's not much we can do. Could be anyone. Maybe it's false security cameras. Amelia didn't sleep the rest of the night. Neither did I. The next evening, someone knocked on our door around 8 p.m. I looked through the peephole and saw Linda Morrison.
You've got to be kidding me.
And this is supposed to be a secret base.
You need to get out of my way.
You know, I came here looking for your help, but looks like you might need mine.
No, I think one death mark on my back is enough. I'll let them go.
Jake, this may be the last BX factory in the Outer Rim.
Jedi infiltrator detected. Alert General Grievous.
All through our house, he's been showing Archie how to
What do you need?
The Hats captured one of our teams. They're gonna sell him to the Empire. You help my friends, I'll help yours.
You cross
Oh,
me again,
great.
I'll sell you to the Empire myself.
I plugged it into my laptop while Linda stared at her team.
Deal.
The first video showed Mark and Archie in what looked like a home office. Mark was demonstrating something on Linda, gripping her arm and pulling her close. See how she tries to pull away at first? He told Archie, that's natural. Women need to be controlled. They'll thank you for it later. Linda's face in the video was blank, resigned. Archie watched with fascination as his father showed him pressure points, ways to grab someone that wouldn't leave obvious marks. Your mother learned years ago that fighting back makes it worse. Smart women understand their place.
There's a repair bay used while we look for the part.
I need to hook him up to the factory power as quickly as possible.
Hopefully that still works.
Remember, we need the compound regulator, and it has to come from a BX power core. Come on, big guy.
When are we leaving?
My team's double-checking our intel on the hub's location. We have some supplies. Should think about stocking up. Maybe check in on your droid. Make sure it's got what it needs.
His name is ND5.
Right? Sorry. There's an old delivery turbo left we use as an exit. When you're ready, head to the surface.
Has been harassing my family for weeks now. His daughter has an unhealthy obsession with my son, and instead of addressing it, he's enabling her delusions. I motion that we table this discussion until Mr. Thompson seeks appropriate mental health support for his child. The motion passed unanimously.
Hey, Vess. My first take on you was mistaken.
Denyon, if you had told me on Canto you were trying to help a friend, things might have been different. I'm not interested in talking about it.
Trying to cut off a piece with scissors.
That was fun to watch.
There's a big reason I have a death mark. How's ND?
I have hooked him up to factory power, but I don't know how long it will keep him functioning.
Do what you can. I'll be back as soon as I help these rebels.
And you'll be cleaning up this mess. During Amelia's first detention, Archie and 5 of his friends surrounded the classroom windows. They pressed their faces against the glass, making obscene gestures and mouthing threats. The detention monitor sat at his desk, deliberately looking at his phone. That night, I made the decision to pull Amelia out of school. We'll do homeschooling, I told her, just until we can figure this out. The relief on her face broke my heart. Thank you, she whispered, hugging me tighter than she had in years. But Mark Morrison wasn't done. 3 days into homeschooling, a social worker showed up at our door. We received a concerning report, she said, holding up official-looking papers about educational neglect and isolation.
Those almost look like the same. I think those are actually the same type of droid.
Something about her seemed familiar. She conducted her interview professionally, but I noticed how her eyes lingered on the evidence files I'd left on the coffee table. When she asked to speak to Amelia privately, I hesitated, but agreed. They talked for an hour. Nothing emerged. Sarah's expression had changed completely. Mr. Thompson, I think we need to have a different conversation. About the Morrison family. I'm Linda Morrison's cousin. I've been watching Mark hurt her for 15 years. Sarah Chan sat down at our kitchen table, her professional demeanor shifting to something more personal. She pulled out her own phone and showed me photos shifting to something more personal. She pulled out her own phone and showed me photos spanning years. Linda at family gatherings with various injuries poorly hidden by makeup. I've documented everything I could, but Linda always protected him, until now. She explained that Linda had called her the previous night. Desperate, she knows how to build cases that stick. The next morning, I met Catherine at her office downtown. She was younger than I expected, with sharp eyes that missed nothing as she reviewed our evidence. She spent 3 hours going through everything, asking detailed questions and taking notes. When she finally looked up, her expression was grim, but determined. Mark Morrison has done this before, she said, pulling out a thick folder. 3 other families filed complaints over the past decade. Each time, they were discredited, isolated, and eventually moved away. But none of them had what you have: Linda's cooperation and Sarah's professional documentation. She outlined our strategy. We needed more evidence, particularly of Mark's direct involvement in orchestrating the harassment. She gave me specific instructions on what to document and how to protect ourselves legally while gathering proof. That afternoon, Amelia showed me something she'd been hiding. More photos on her phone, but these were different. Screenshots of a group chat where Archie was giving other boys instructions. Make sure she can't eat anywhere. Block the hallway so she has to talk to me. My dad says if enough people say she's crazy, everyone will believe it. I forwarded everything to Catherine immediately. She responded within minutes, telling us to back up everything in multiple locations. 2 days later, our doorbell camera caught something disturbing at 3 a.m. A figure matching Archie's build spray painting boards on our fence. The vandalism was vile, threats mixed with crude drawings. But we had him on video, clear as day. When I went outside to document the damage, I found something else. Our garden hose had been cut, water flooding the side of our house. The outdoor electrical outlet.
Hi.
Though thankfully the breaker had tripped before any fire started. I called the police again, but this time I name-dropped Catherine McKenzie. The officer's attitudes shifted immediately. They took the vandalism seriously, documented everything thoroughly, and promised to file a complete report. Catherine called that evening with an update. Linda came to my office today. She brought 20 years of journals documenting Mark's abuse, names, dates, specific incidents. She also has recordings from their home security system that Mark doesn't know she copied. The recordings were damning. Mark instructing Archie on how to intimidate girls. Never leave marks where teachers can see them. If she tells, just say she's jealous and wants attention. Remember, son, fear is more powerful than love. Once they're afraid, they'll do anything to make it stop. But the most chilling recording was recent. Mark telling Archie exactly how to escalate with Amelia. Her father's getting too bold. Time to show them what happens when people challenge us. Start with the house. Make them feel unsafe everywhere. Catherine filed for emergency restraining orders the next morning. The hearing was scheduled for the following week, but she warned us that Mark would escalate once he was served. She was right. The day after Mark received the papers, 3 school board members showed up at our house. They stood on our porch like a delegation of intimidation, led by a man named Robert McKenzie, who introduced himself as board president. Mr. Thompson, we're concerned about your fitness as an educator, he began, reading from what looked like prepared notes. Multiple reports suggest you're coaching your daughter to make false allegations. That's a serious ethical violation that could impact your teaching license. I recorded the entire interaction on my phone, visible in my shirt pocket. Are you threatening my job because I'm protecting my daughter from assault? Robert's face reddened. No one's threatening anything. We're simply suggesting that this situation could be resolved quietly if you'd be reasonable. Mr. Morrison is willing to ensure your continued employment if you withdraw these baseless accusations. Get off my property, I said calmly, and tell Mark Morrison his intimidation tactics won't work. They left, but not before Robert made one final comment. You have no idea who you're dealing with. Mark Morrison has connections you can't.
Okay, Asara. I'm on the surface. Where are you?
On my way to her territory. I'll meet you there.
Yes, you will.
Mark's getting desperate. He's been calling everyone, trying to control the narrative. But I found something else. He has a notebook where he's documented his control strategies for years.
Feel like going for a ride?
Favors he's called in. Pressure points he's exploited. She'd photographed every
Jay, I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised to see you go so far out of your way to help a droid.
Okay, and I'm not surprised at all that the Huts got the jump on you.
My team got captured trying to buy weapons to use against the tribute convoys.
Let me guess. The Huts figured out that rebels are worth more as prisoners than customers.
I should have seen it coming. Callus wouldn't have made that mistake. She was my sister, and she died at the Battle of Scarab.
I'm sorry. Never heard of it.
The Empire made sure of that. Callus was a hero, and when she needed my help, I wasn't there. That's why I'm a rebel now.
Hey, Asara.
What is it, Kay?
Something's been bugging me since your crew left me for dead.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
How did you end up in one of Sliro's vaults?
Well, Sliro's a man with a lot of resources, and I thought I could liberate some for the cause.
Yeah, sure, but why send you? You're clearly not that good at it.
Maybe, but I do know people who are.
God damn it.
Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
Maybe, but I do know people who are. Like you. And the rebellion needs everyone it can get if we're going to beat the Empire.
Okay, Asara. I'm in the tunnel territory.
You're close then. I'm just up ahead scouting at our target.
I am going to have to do some work. After this. To repair my standing with the hut.
You made it. Good. We're not too late.
Suddenly concerned about liability and public image, voted unanimously to terminate his position. Several other families came forward with their own stories about Archie's bullying and Mark's protection of his son's behavior. Catherine filed a civil suit on behalf of multiple victims seeking damages.
My team's just down there, heading to the cages.
We're lucky the huts hadn't made the exchange yet. I'm guessing they're worth a lot to the Empire.
Those are my friends, Kay.
In Envy's mind, instead of something like this, the last thing we need is to turn those prisoners into hostages.
Yes, sir. I'll scope out an escape route for us.
Therapeutic boarding school specializing in behavioral modification. The court mandated weekly therapy sessions and regular progress reports. His therapist, Dr. Kathy Toomer, later told us that Archie's worldview had been so warped by his father's teachings that it would take years to undo the damage. Linda's divorce was very quickly. With the criminal charges against Mark and the documented abuse, she received full custody. Mark was allowed only supervised visits, which Archie initially refused to attend. The criminal trial was set for 6 months out, but Mark's attempts to intimidate witnesses from jail only added to the charges against him. Several of his former allies distanced themselves, suddenly remembering instances of his inappropriate behavior they'd previously ignored. Our community slowly began to heal.
Looks like huts. Got some trouble ahead. Be careful. buddy. Bring me that blaster.
Nix, get that terminal. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna trap that bad boy.
Let's break the alarm. All right then.
Cages are open.
Just in time. The Empire's here.
That's not the Empire. That's Zaren's battle.
I don't know, Kay, but get my team out of there.
Guess I'm out of options. They won't quit. way is clear. Why wasn't Zarek bashing out the Imps?
My guess? Ever since we hit him, Slitter's been targeting rebels, trading us for influence. Now, okay, you held up your side of the deal. Time to hold up mine. You saved a lot of good lives today. You could save a whole lot more.
You know what I realized about you rebels?
What's that?
I got a death mark, a half-dead droid, and a crew without a heavy. And all you want to talk about is how I can help you. You're just another syndicate, taking what you think is yours.
We found the BX regulator, but it doesn't look good.
We're on our way.
Is ND5 okay?
We should hurry.
I looked at it, then at her, and walked right out without saying a word. My name's Daniel. I'm 54 years old. And if you told me 10 years ago that the little girl who
How steady are your hands? Perfect. That one. We'll get up to the couplings. Quick. Not too quick.
But that's the funny thing about family. The people you give the most to often they're entitled to even more. And sometimes
You've got it backwards.
when the credit card declines, I met Grace when she was
And Dee?
ex-husband Jeremy wasn't around much. He'd pop in twice a year.
It's a miracle he lasted this long.
Maybe take Grace for an ice cream, then vanish again for 6 months.
Kadik!
Let's go!
I wasn't trying to replace anyone, but I was always there for the small plays, the scraped knees, the late night math homework, the first heartbreak. I showed up.
You gonna start talking?
The casino job went bad. What do you want me to say?
Heard Kadik stripped that dealer droid's protocols, but it panicked. Triggered an alarm.
You knew?
Still got a few contacts in the CBPD.
Kadik made a mistake. You think I wanted him to get picked up?
You left him behind, Kay. Now he has to choose prison or the Empire.
Easy. Kadik knew the risks, okay? I work better alone. Always have.
That sounds like Rico. Not you.
I'm done talking.
Putting together IKEA furniture in her dorm. Every Christmas, birthday, and random Tuesday, she forgot her umbrella. I was there, not because I had to be, but because I loved her.
You're okay.
Did I hurt you?
Even if you did, you were broken.
No, it's me. Without Jalen's restraining bolt functioning, I'm just a battle droid. Infiltrate and terminate. Nothing else.
When Jeremy reappeared in a big way,
I told him not to.
he started posting old photos of them together on Facebook, writing captions like, "So proud of my little girl."
Hey, Kay.
Dropping Olivia and me out of frame.
We need 2 slicers, right? Well, here's the best of the best.
Not her. A ship, crew, big job in the works. I always knew you could do it. I'm just here to make sure you finish strong.
Look, Kay, I get it.
No, you don't,
Sport comes
Caleb.
first. We need her. You need her. And that death mark's not going anywhere. Good to have you back, old friend.
Grace smiled, but that smile didn't quite reach her eyes when she replied.
Well,
Thanks. I'm just glad I'll have both my parents there to walk me down the aisle.
looking forward to catching up, kiddo.
Olivia glanced at me and cleared her throat. You mean she began, but Grace cut her off. Of course, I mean Dad, she said.
Why are you here?
Not the man who taught her how
Jalen said you needed firepower, and rebellions aren't cheap.
I brushed it off at the time. Told myself it was just a phase, maybe a sentimental.
Interesting fucking crew.
Trying to build a bridge. But the signs kept
Hey.
She started referring to
Best of the best trophy earned. I completed all main quests on Akiva. Total progress and trophies is 50%.
her social media bios, which had once read Grace Thompson and reverted to her birth surname. She didn't ask me to give a speech. When I gently offered to help cover wedding costs, she smiled, nodded. and then asked if I could front the $12,000 for the venue deposit. No mention of reimbursement. No thank you. Just the assumption I'd handle it. I didn't. Not for her. But because I knew Olivia couldn't bear to see her father's big day fall apart. I told myself I wouldn't take it personally, that I was doing this for the family. But as the months passed, I felt more like an ATM with legs than a father figure. Olivia noticed too. She tried to talk to Grace about it gently, carefully, but Grace would shut her down, accusing her of trying to guilt trip me for wanting my real dad in my life. That word realist stung more than I let on. The week before the wedding, I overheard a conversation I wasn't meant to hear. I had come home early from work and paused in the hallway when I heard Olivia and Grace talking in the kitchen. He's paid for almost everything, Grace, Olivia said, her voice low but firm. You can't just pretend he doesn't exist. He's been more of a father to you than Jeremy ever was. Grace scoffed.
Hi there.
That's his choice. No one forced him to.
What do you want, Kay?
I want her off my ship.
No, I mean, once we pull this off and you're richer than most of the galaxy, what do you want?
What? Who cares?
You can't answer.
I want my cut and Rico gone.
You want to be free, Kay. And to do that, you need to stop keeping score with some ghost and start seeing what's right in front of you.
She left me with a blaster and a casino chip, Jalen. I was 12.
Okay. How about I tell you a secret? I was born rich.
Secret? If you hadn't hired me, you'd be a mark.
My family built ships on Corellia. We were wealthy, powerful, and we hated each other. Then the Empire came, smelled weakness, tore us apart. Hate turned to murder, and here I am. Last survivor. And I only have ND5 to thank for that.
Well, at least you lived.
My family's hatred destroyed her future, Kay. Now, your mother is one of the best slicers I've seen, and she wants you to pull this off more than any of us. Even me.
It's your crew. What's next?
You know Sliro's mansion better than any of us, so it should be no surprise we'll need his master key of passcodes, always kept on his person. I've got word he's brokering some deal between Zarekash and the Empire's intelligence outfit, the ISB. Infiltrate the meet, get the key, and regroup with the crew on Kanto. And then, we pull off the greatest heist the galaxy has ever seen.
Okay. Rico has secured a land the shuttle. I'll send you the coordinates. And be careful.
I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was angry. That would have been easier. I didn't even feel exactly. What I felt was something colder. Like a door had quietly shut somewhere deep inside me. And I didn't have the energy or the desire to ever open it again. I stared at the ceiling for hours, watching the shadows shift with the headlights passing outside my bedroom window. Olivia came home late, clearly frazzled, clearly aware something had shifted. She tried to talk to me, but I told her gently, not tonight. I wasn't ready to say out loud what I knew was coming. The next morning, my phone buzzed non-stop. Missed calls, messages from Olivia, from Grace, even from Jeremy, which surprised me since he had barely acknowledged me the whole weekend. I ignored them all. Instead, I made coffee, sat in my home office, and pulled out a thick binder labeled wedding expenses. Every receipt, every wire transfer, every invoice, all neatly categorized. It added up to just under $38,000. I had footed over 80% of the entire event, including the extravagant last-minute upgrades. Grace just had to have imported centerpieces, a late-night taco bar, and that ridiculous champagne tower. And the kicker, that final balance she handed
Pokeballs
me,
out.
it wasn't an official bill. It was just a scribbled total sheet down herself, including line items that had already been paid.
All right, so it's that time.
And she thought I'd be too spineless or too sensitive to call her on. I spent that same time at the venue and every vendor I paid directly. I said
see if this person will let me raid in. Alright, cool. We're going to raid to Liza Dell, by the look of how the name's spelled. So be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun, stay the fuck out of trouble, exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties to wherever you're from. As viewers, show that love and respect to streamers you watch, alright? We appreciate it, we really do. It makes our day, it makes all of this worth it. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers. Because we can't do this job without them, but it would be fun, and frankly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, Liz Delp is also playing Star Wars Outlaws, so I will be back tomorrow, barring something happening last second. So, this is your Immortal Sith Emperor signing the fuck out, saying, I'll see you fuckers later.